Good morning and welcome to the Cloud County Ground in Chelmsford. Fascinating match-up this morning between the Sunrisers and the Southern Vipers. Both teams have introduced new players to their starting 11s after international call-ups for England ahead of various matches against various Australian sides. We bring you the news that the Sunrisers won the toss this morning here in Chelmsford and elected to bat first. I'm delighted to say, alongside me, I have Stanley Marissa, as we'll be broadcasting on BBC Solent, on the BBC Sounds app and on the BBC website and on the Vipers and Sunrisers streams as well. So morning, Stanley.
Good morning, Guy. How are you?
Yeah, no, good. Calm down now. It's all a bit frantic, as it always is, first thing in the morning here. But no, we're good. We're good to go. And it will be interesting to see how both of these teams go without key players. Emily Windsor, for instance, is captaining the Southern Vipers, as Georgia Adams is part of one of those many international call-ups. And we are getting ready to go. Jodie Grucock will face the first ball, the left-hander for the Sunrisers. And that is played out into the covers, and there is no run. Nice start though from Mary Taylor. And what are you expecting today, Stanley?
Well, obviously it's just a very good Vipers side, very good squad. Missing a few players, of course, as you mentioned, all on various England duties, but they'll be keen to put in a good performance today.
We'll run through the teams in a minute, as that is played defensively back up to the bowler. For the Sunrisers, their 11 is Flo Miller, Cordelia Griffith, Kelly Castle, Jodie Grucock, Kate Kopak. Then we've got Amara Carr behind the stumps, Maddie Villiers, Lissy McLeod, Darnay van Neerkerk, who will be a big plus, as well as Esme McGregor and Amu Suran Kumar, 16-year-old who only signed for the team this week, and she is much is hoped for her, so she is thrown straight into the first team for this match today for the Vipers. Emily Windsor will captain the team. There's also Freya Kemp, Ella McCawhan, Mary Taylor, Alice Monaghan, Nancy Harmon, Georgia Elwis, and then some new names possibly to some of us. Abigail Norgrove, Megan Sturge and Ava Lee make up the 11.
Yeah, they do. We've got a couple of academy players that have come through, those three that you mentioned, put in some good performances for the academy, and yeah, they've rightly got their chances, and yeah, they'll be keen to impress today.
Yeah, perfect platform. This Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy that's down the leg side and will be a wide. Now I think Jodie Grucock will feel she missed out on that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Just a bit of a leg side ball there from Mary Taylor. Jodie Grucock has been in good form this season for the Sunrisers, so they'll be expecting her to set the tone for them up front.
And that's allowed to pass outside off stump, easily picked up. Now, Jodie Grucock in this competition, she was going well earlier in the season. 120 runs at 40, so Stanley absolutely right. She was in decent nick, likes the 50 over form of the game. It's Fuller, and it's a thickish outside edge. That would have been interesting if there had been a second slip.
Yeah, good channel there, bowled by Mary Taylor. She's just sort of hung the ball outside of off stump, and Jodie Grucock's gone for the drive and got a thickish outside edge, and as you said, would have been interesting if there was a second slip.
But she is off the mark. Steady first over. 2 runs for it.
Perfect. Just going to have a look and see who it's going to be from this end. I'm not sure what we'll call this end, Guy. Would we call this
this is the river end.
The river end? So it looks like it will be Ava Lee to to open up with what it looks like is going to be some right arm off spin by the looks of it. She'll be coming round the wicket, and Jodie Grucock will be facing up and strike the field. A slip, a backward point, slight cover point, cover, mid off, mid on up, and the two fielders back are deep backward square leg, so a bit of protection for Ava Lee as she runs in and bowls, and it's a wide start, so she'll have to bowl that one again.
Nice loop, however, but she will have to bowl that one again, as Stanley was saying.
She comes in and bowls, and Jodie Grucock just forward and pushes this one out into the offside. A lot of energy being shown by this young Viper squad. I think that's something that they're going to bring quite a lot of today, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that as Ava Lee bowls and outside off stump and beats the bat of Jodie Grucock and taken into the gloves of Rihanna Southby. So,
decent start.
Very good start. She comes in again that loop, and that's going to be a wide. So just pushing the ball slightly down that hill. If you haven't played here before, I think it's one of those grounds that you have to kind of get used to your bearings and the angles and the different angles. As Ava Lee's finding out, and she bowls again. This one full outside on the legs again, and Jodie Grucock pushes us into the onside, and just a single. Good fielding out there.
No, it was excellent fielding in the deep. Kept them down to just a single. I think that Jodie Grucock will feel she might have missed out a bit. Nice full toss outside leg stump, but she does get the run.
She does. It'll be Alice McLeod to face her first ball, I would say, of this innings. I don't think she's faced this yet, because Jodie Grucock got a single off the last ball of the last overs. Ava Lee comes in and bowls, and Alice McLeod is just forward in defence and nice and solid. Two balls remaining of the second over. Ava Lee bowls and full and outside of stump, and McLeod just drives this one into the offside for no run.
Yeah, it was a little bit uppish. No, Lissy McLeod had a much better Charlotte Edwards Trophy than she did in the early stages of this, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Ava Lee bowls and again pushed into the offside, and that ends that over. So not a bad over, a couple of wides in there, but she'll be pleased to have got through that one. None for three from her of her first over, 5 for none of 2.
No, it's nice. One or two of the players, Georgia Elvis, went over to say well done. And it must be a bit nerve-wracking here at one of the first-class county grounds. Here you go. Off you go. You open the bowling.
Yeah, it's always very nerve-wracking, as you say, but sometimes quite a good thing. Just get yourself in the action.
And that isn't quite timed. Doesn't quite come out of the middle of the bat, but they find a space in the mid-wicket region and they trot through just for a single. So Jodie Grucock at the moment just struggling to find the middle of the bat, but pottering along. Izzy McLeod saw off the 3 balls of off-spin that she faced in the last over. And will now be ready to see how she faces up to Mary Taylor, bowling from the Hayes close end. Taylor's in and is met with the full defensive bat from Izzy McLeod. It's an interesting jump for most of these players. They've just been playing an awful lot of T20, and then it's all the 50 over format has almost become the long form of the game. So they're resetting and realising they can play themselves in a few defensive shots.
Yeah, very interesting you say that actually. Obviously I haven't had a lot of cricket since the Charlotte Edwards Cup. A couple of warm-up games I think there were for the Vipers a couple of days ago. So like you say, it is getting back into that format and getting used to the fact that you've got 50 overs, and it's obviously interesting that the Sunrisers won the toss and actually decided to have a bat first.
Taylor is in once again, and that's a full toss, and Izzy McLeod's onto that one, and she's played it out into the wide open spaces on the leg side. I'm not sure it'll manage to get all the way to the boundary. No, it's good work out there to make sure that a run is saved and they can only take the 3. But certainly Mary Taylor will be slightly disappointed with that delivery.
She will. And Lissy McLeod got a good piece of that. Probably not all of it, but pretty good fielding there from, looks like it's the captain, Emily Windsor. She does bring, like I said, a lot of energy in the field, so definitely look out for her.
And this is played most correctly out into the covers. There's good energy amongst the Viper fielders as the ball makes its way back to the bowler. Izzy McLeod will certainly feel better after that 3, getting off the mark. But we still wait for the first boundary of this match in the 3rd over. That's flicked round the corner very nicely. There's certainly one. I think there probably should be 2, and they do take the 2nd. It was nice placement because there aren't that many fielders on the leg side for the left-hander. End of the over, a better one as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. They move on to 11 without loss after 3. Grucock on 5, McLeod on 3.
Yeah, it'd be a fairly quiet start, but they'll be happy with where they are, the Sunrisers. And as you mentioned, Guy, back in the 50 over format, a bit of time afforded, so you don't want to lose too many wickets up front. You just want to maybe set that platform as well. As Ava Lee will come in again from this end and bowls, and that's driven, and that's going to probably be the first boundary of the day. It's a really good shot there from Lissy McLeod.
Yeah, she's suddenly clicked up a gear, and this is now her highest score in the Charlotte Edwards, in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. She made just 4 and 2 in her earlier outings. We're just watching the replay, and that is a really nice shot. There was width, which is what she really enjoyed.
As Ava Lee comes in again, and again outside the off stump, and big appeal from keeper, mainly from the keeper, not too much from Ava Lee herself.
It must have been a sound, but certainly no one else seemed to hear it except the keeper.
Yeah, definitely. Keepers do tend to get excited every now and again, don't they, Go? As Ava Lee bowls, and Lissy McLeod just pushes this on into the onside. So the field, as we mentioned, at the moment for Ava Lee to Lissy McLeod, she's got her deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket as her covering boundary fielders. So she probably wants to keep the line slightly tighter. She comes in and bowls to McLeod, who pushes this on into the onside, and no run. So the Vipers currently sitting 4th in the table. Won this competition a couple of times in their history, and they'll be keen to, again, that's just outside the off stump and left alone. So yeah, they've had indifferent form for them. Like I said, normally there or thereabouts in these tournaments. And full toss again, this one pushed into the onside. That's going to be a single to that deep fielder. That's Freya Kemp out there. She throws that one back in. And a single for Lissy McLeod, who moves on to 8.
Might have been slightly disappointed with missing out on the full toss, but certainly the Vipers, with those 2 fielders out in the deep, protecting the young bowler, obviously realised that occasionally she's going to put down a delivery that might slip out of the hand a touch, and keeping Izzy McLeod down to just the 1. 16 off 4, run rate creeping up. And Lissy McLeod has nicked the strike as well. And that's down the leg side and will be a wide. And the other thing you remember again with 50 over cricket is bowlers bowl longer spells. They're not just bowling one over here, two overs there. They can actually, Mary Taylor can actually put in a good 4 or 5 over spell at the top of the innings. It's a big shout for LB from the bowler, but certainly the wicket keeper wasn't interested on that occasion, and the big swipe to the leg side might have indicated that the ball might have been sliding down.
Just with her action, you probably see that she tends to probably bring the ball into the right-handers and probably away from the left-hander. Everything's kind of angled, as you can see. There she goes again.
Plenty of cloud cover over the ground this morning. Decent shot though, that one. Pushed away. They can only get the one though. Good fielding, keeping them down to the single.
Yeah, good from Grewcock. Good from Sunrisers, actually, just rotating the strike and getting the singles, which will be important.
Good leave in the corridor. And this has been a pretty good over so far from Mary Taylor. In once again from the Hayes close end. Oh, and the big attempted whip over into the leg side. Beaten for pace, thuds into the pad, no run.
Yeah, just looking leg side again. She is. Lizzie McLeod has struck a couple through that area, so that maybe seems to be one of her favoured areas.
Taylor in once again. Flicked away off her legs beautifully on this occasion by Izzy McLeod, who wants to and gets to. A little bit of a hurry up for her batting partner Jodie Grewcock, but I think there always were 2 runs there.
Yep. Very big, wide open spaces actually. These boundaries are quite big, so you probably see a lot of 2s and see the girls pushing, trying to maybe rotate that strike a bit more, as boundaries will be quite hard to come by.
Good delivery by Taylor this time. And McLeod treats it with the respect it deserves. Pushes it back. That is the end of the over. There were 5 runs from it. 21 without loss after 5. Grewcock 6. McLeod 10. There have been a few wides, which has helped the extra total, but at the moment pretty much on as even, you'd have thought.
Yeah.
Sunrisers haven't been able to get away, but the Vipers, they could do with a breakthrough.
Yep, definitely. And it'll be Averlee to continue again for her 3rd over. To Jodie Grewcock, who pushes us into the onside. Good length ball. No run.
Nice delivery. Really nice delivery.
Yeah, she seems to have sort of settled in now and will try and hit an area. She bowls, and again back of her length and pushed into the onside, and again no run. So settling in very nicely, Averlee.
Difficult for Grewcock to attack her at the moment. She's not quite confident enough to come charging down the wicket.
Wide, and that's going to be down the leg side. So a couple of times we've just seen her maybe lose her line and maybe looking to try and keep the ball tight into the stumps and drifting on into the leg side, and she comes in again and bowls, and this one a bit of width and cut away by Grewcock and no run.
Yeah, just let the pressure off a little bit with the wide as well. The first 2 deliveries of the over had certainly kept Grewcock honest.
Grewcock on the sweep and sweeps well, and this will be a single out into deep backward square leg. A slight fumble, but no damage done, and they trot through for a single, and the score moves on to 23 for none.
Yeah, and you could see that the batters were thinking possibly about taking a second and then remembering the first rule of running on a misfield.
Yep. This is driven into the onside and no run. Ella McCacken at mid-on does the fielding. So Ava Lee, one ball left in her third over, and she bowls in a bit of width for Lissy McLeod, who doesn't pounce on this and pushes this into the offside, and that will end another over. So they're getting through their overs quite quickly here at the moment, the Vipers, which is good. 23 for none.
Yeah, opening with a spinner helps, doesn't it? You do crack along, and that's what we have seen so far. Certainly it's causing the batters to have a bit of a conversation in the middle of the wicket, just to sort of say, what are the tactics now? Let's go and have a little look around. You can see the flags just blowing gently, so there is a bit of a breeze coming across the ground at the moment. It will be Taylor to continue. Taylor is in, and that's allowed to pass outside of the off stump. Interesting that the keeper is now standing up.
Yeah, I like that. I like that move from Rihanna Southby. Just keeps the batsman in the crease, and also might be an indication of the pace in the pitch, but that looked like it got through quite nicely from Mary Taylor.
Mary Taylor in again, and this is on or around leg and middle and played out into short mid-wicket, where it is fielded by Elwes. There is no run.
It's never great for an opening bowler if you're opening with a spinner. She's only just got down to fine leg and she has to come back in and have a
Yes, I hadn't thought of it in those terms. You're absolutely right. Short, flicked away down the leg side. There is a fielder there, though. That was better timing, but Ella McCaughan was down on the fine leg boundary and keeps them down to a single. But certainly Jodie Grucock got a little more of that one than she has on a few of the other shots we've seen so far this morning. The longest run up in the world, and that is played nicely out into the leg side. Big stride forward on this occasion from the batter, Lissy McLeod, just making sure that no further damage is done. Just plays it nicely out. Plenty of applause from the fielders. And again, the forward defensive, again to warm applause from the teammates of Taylor.
Yes, just settled into a good line and length, trying to set the tone for her team.
Again, played defensively again. There will be no run, and that was a much more tidy over as far as Mary Taylor was concerned. Just the single coming from it. 24 without loss after 7. So the without loss is good news as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. But certainly they haven't been able to get away from the bowlers so far this morning.
No, they haven't. And like we mentioned, I think with the change of format, there'll be a little bit of just feeling each other out, the two teams, just to see how the wicket's playing and how the conditions are as Ava Lee comes in for her 4th over. It's a good line again and just pushed into the offside, and no run for Jodie Grucock.
It's a big ask for Mary Taylor as well, because she only played one of the matches in the early part of the season, in the first tranche of matches in this competition.
She did. And Ava Lee then again on the pads and swept hard by Jodie Grucock. This could go for 4 and does. That's a really good ball that just seemed to keep going away from the fielder up there.
It was beautifully timed.
It was a really good shot.
Well, that's one of the we were saying that Grewcock had struggled a little to sometimes to middle the ball. Absolutely no trouble that time. Beautifully played. And the dive in vain in the end.
Yep. That's her first boundary of the morning, and Ava Lee bowls again and pushes this one into the offside again. No run for Grewcock. So the field as it is, looking out at it, there's a slip, there's a backward point, there's a cover, there's a deep cover, then there's an extra cover, a mid-off. So it's very tight and packed on the offside. It's Ava Lee bowls and no run. So basically what they're asking her is to be as tight on that offside, so when she does go on the leg side, there's not too much protection out there.
You're absolutely right. It is a big ask. It's a 6-3 field off and onside.
She bowls again. That's on the legs, and that's going to be pushed into the onside. A little bit of a appeal from bowler and keeper, but again, leg bye is signalled by umpire Amy Clark.
Yeah, again, that looks as if leg stump would be untroubled by that particular delivery, but
yeah, doesn't look like there's too much turn at this moment in time. Obviously, it's still a brand new ball as well. As Ava Lee bowls and Lissy McLeod drives into the offside and no run. That should end the 8th over. So Sunrisers moving along quite nicely now, 29 for none.
Yeah, again, it just stays nicely poised this start. It's been steady from both sides, really. There haven't really been many chances. There have been a few LBW appeals, but only also a couple of boundaries. So neither side has been able to really take a major step in these first 8 overs. But we are going to see our first change of bowling.
Change of bowling at the Hay post end, number 20, Alice Monaghan.
So Alice Monaghan into the attack for the Vipers. From the Hayes close end, and that's down the leg side, so she also starts with a wide. Oh, pretty nicely. Played in 4 of the matches, one of which was completely washed out at the beginning of the season, but so far this season she's taken 3 wickets at 24, so pretty tidy stuff from Alice Monaghan. She'll be slightly disappointed with herself with starting with the wide on this occasion. Better delivery, but flicked away nicely, and that's going to run all the way for 4. Nice timing again by Grewcock, straying just onto that leg stump, and she was very quickly onto it. Just watch the replay, and it wasn't outside leg stump, it was certainly middle and leg, but flicked away, and also saw that fine leg was up, and once it had passed fine leg, Megan Sturge, absolutely nothing the fielder could do. It's down the leg side again, and I think you're right, Stanley. A few of the bowlers we've seen, it doesn't look to be a massive slope across the pitch, but enough of one just to send people's line a little off at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And we've, like you say, we've seen a couple of them erring on that leg stump line. Might be nerves as well, and just maybe trying to get into her work.
This was on middle and played out into the leg side to the short mid wicket. Fires the ball in at the wicket keeper, despite the fact that Izzy McLeod had certainly made a ground by then.
Yeah, Alice Monaghan, another one of the Vipers all-rounders. They seem to just churn them out. All the girls that can bat and also like to bowl as well, so yeah, it's always good to have a couple of strings to your bow.
Absolutely right. Interestingly, she averaged 25 with the bat and 24 with the ball in the early stage of the season, and that is a full toss down the leg side, but also an example of, if you take singles, if you're a left-right combination, then the poor old bowler has to reset every time.
Yeah, that's a very good point you make there, Guy. The left-right combination, we saw that she probably tried to overcorrect there and went down the leg side of the right-hander this time.
Monahan at the moment. Better. Just short of a length outside off stump. McLeod thought about a little fence at it. Give her the benefit of the doubt. I think she took a bat back inside the line, but that was much, much better from Monahan. We do hear most of the traffic as it moves past the ground here. And that is cut away nicely. Might be a couple on this occasion. Issy McLeod is thinking about it, says yes. She's going to the danger end. Grucock waited until she got the nod from Issy McLeod, but they do go through for 2.
Yeah, good running there from these two this opening pair. So the boundary's starting to come, and also the rotation of strike has been good, so all of a sudden the score moves on to 39 for none.
Yeah, slightly expensive over this so far from Alice Monahan, with the wides, the boundary and other runs. And that's driven very nicely. It beats the first fielder but not the second, who fires in at the stumps. I think Issy McLeod was always safe, but good running. Should only be 1 ball left of this elongated over. 11 runs have come from it so far. And Monahan with a hop, skip and jump gets into a run. Down leg side, it'll be another wide. Again, the wicket keeper here's an edge. Well, she got a bit of support as well from the fielder at short, fine leg. So there was some sort of noise heard by both Megan Sturge and wicketkeeper Rihanna Southby. But interestingly, once again, the bowler not remotely interested.
Neither was the umpire.
Most important. Quite right, Stanley. And that's played nicely out into the leg side. They will take a single, and the extended Monahan over eventually comes to a close. 13 runs have come from it, and after 9 overs, the accelerator has been pushed a little with that over as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. 42 without loss. Grucock going nicely for 18 and McLeod 13 not out. First time she's reached double figures in this competition so far this season. Now, of course, they did meet here. They did meet these two teams in the first game of this competition.
They did. It was a big win for the Sunrisers in that particular fixture, actually by 126 runs, I think it was.
And they hadn't won a lot of many matches since their creation, so that was looked upon as quite a turning point as far as the team was concerned.
Yeah, it was definitely a big win, very big win. And that was a star-studded Vipers side as well, with Danny Wyatt, Charlie Dean, and all the England players were playing that game. So the Sunrisers, I think they might hold that in good memory, I guess, and change of bowling from this end. It'll be Georgia Elwish with her medium pace to come in, and again starts, as we've seen most of the bowlers do this morning, with a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, I think that's 3 of the 4 bowlers we have seen so far today have started with a wide down the leg side first ball.
Yeah, bizarre that. 43 for none. As Elwish runs in and runs past the umpire and bowls, and Jodie Grucock just pushes this on into the onside for no run. Georgia Elwish, strong all-round cricketer again, one of those all-rounders that we spoke about earlier. Bowls well and bats really well as well.
Yeah, she's got a century in this competition.
She bowls in a bit of width, and this is driven by Jodie Grucock, and that's going to run down the hill, and that's going to go for 4 for her second boundary of the morning. So a little bit of width offered there, and she pounced onto that one.
That was a lovely shot. That was probably shot of the morning so far. Yes, there was a little bit of width, but she was on it so quickly, and the timing and placement was perfect because there were two fielders there to try and stop that particular shot, but Grewcock found a way through.
She did, and she bowls, and this is similar carbon copy and a bit more width this time from Elvis as well, and again Grewcock just pounces on this, and that's back-to-back boundaries.
There is something always pleasing about the cover drive, and that's 2 on the trot. Yes, she's had width, and they've probably pitched up a little more than they should have been, but you've still got to beat the fielders, and you've still got to time the ball, and on both those occasions it's exactly what Grewcock did. Brought up the 50 as well.
50 coming up in the 9th over, and this time outside edge, so not a lot going right for Georgia Elvis. She actually just plugged the gap that she'd leaked a couple of boundaries on the offside and brought the third man up in the outside edge.
Yep, where first slip certainly was in the first few overs, that would have been very interesting indeed, but it's a third successive boundary.
There's some pressure on as Elvis comes in, this time driven again, out thickish outside edge. I think this is the challenge for the captain, I guess, when the ball is kind of going in all directions. You don't really know what to do, so you end up trying to change the field according to the shot that's just been played, which is...
Yeah, it's always that's shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted, yeah.
So Elvis comes in, bowls again with offered, and they run. That would have been quite tight if that had been a clean pickup by Megan Sturge there. So no harm done, but they trot through for a single and 56 for none. So all of a sudden, Sunrisers looking strong.
2 very big overs, 27 off the last 2 overs, and that's really changed the complexion of this game. After the first 10 overs, 56 without loss. So excellent work from these two. Grewcock is certainly the dominant partner at the moment, and she's nearly up to a run a ball after a steady start, 31 off 34.
Yeah, what they've done well is they've run well, and then all of a sudden when you do get the boundaries, that score does shoot up fairly quickly.
A little bit of it will be Monaghan to continue. Alice Monaghan. Better delivery, but nicely played off, flicked away into the leg side for an easy single, but a better delivery. But Grewcock now showing signs that her eye is getting in. Looking much more comfortable. Issy McLeod just having a look around to see who's where in the field. Monaghan is in, and that's just played out into the covers. There is no run.
Yeah, so Sunrisers deciding to bat, so maybe hoping to make first use of this pitch. Maybe they feel like it's a pitch that's wearing and might be slightly slow and difficult to chase on.
Well, when they won the match earlier in the season, again they batted first, so it seems to be a tactic they're slightly happier with. Oh, and that was played on the up by Issy McLeod, but it was also played remarkably hard by Issy McLeod. So although Monaghan did stick a left hand down to where the ball was passing, nothing she could do about it, and that's bludgeoned up past her. Lovely, lovely. Straight drive.
Really good shot, and probably a sign of the true nature of the wicket if you can see someone coming down the wicket and playing down the ground like that.
Maybe the wicket-keeper will have to come up. You're absolutely right. She took a couple of strides down. She waits this time, and of course the ball is then shorter, and it is fetched and smashed to deep mid-wicket for 4 more. So clever batting by Issy McLeod. She came down the wicket the time before, then stayed in her crease, waited for the short ball. Monaghan obliged, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Issy McLeod now.
Yep, definitely pounced onto that. Hits that with some ferocious power, actually.
Monaghan at the moment, it's wide outside off stump and a little bit on the short side. It's cut away. She does have the fielder out on the deep, who keeps them down to a single. Monaghan so far just coming to the end of a second over. 23 runs have been taken from those 2 overs. Grewcock now just checking out herself where everybody is in the field. And that's played nicely out into the covers and defensively into the covers. A decent finish for Monaghan in that over, but by that stage the damage had been done with 10 runs from it. And after 11 overs, the scoring rate is an impressive 6 and over, 66 without loss exactly.
Yeah, very good from these 2 opening batters. Fairly quiet start, as you said, Guy. They were just having a good look and just giving themselves a chance. And Emily Windsor is going to have her work cut out to try and stem this flow of runs. 66 for none off 11 now. She has a chat with Georgia Elwes. I think this was always going to be the challenge for for the Vipers. All of a sudden you lose Charlie Dean, you lose Georgia Adams, and that's a lot of the bowling control gone as Elwes runs in, and that's a good length ball and that's pushed into the offside, so good start from her.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it, that the Sunrisers have lost some key players. Make no bones about it, but not as many.
No, not as many as the Vipers, but the Vipers have a big squad and they'll be well aware. As this one, big shout, that could be out, and that is out. That did look pretty adjacent, so Lissy McLeod looking to heave that one over the onside and missed that one completely, and that's the first wicket for the Vipers. 66 for 1.
Yeah, she was just trying to keep the run rate going. She played very nicely. Thought the eye was in, but that was a very straight delivery to try and flick away to leg, and we'll wait and see the replay. But certainly both our initial impressions were, oh, that is very close indeed. So we're just seeing the replay on the screen here. It's pitched up, it's straightening. I think that's hitting middle and leg.
Yeah.
Lizzie McLeod, LBW to Georgia Elwes for 22. And a new batter, number 6, Cordelia Griffith.
Quite an easy decision that for umpire Amy Clark. The finger went straight up.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. It was.
I mean, I don't mind that actually when an umpire decides that, if they feel that it's out and they give it straight away, at least there's no hanging around. That was a pretty straightforward decision though, so a much needed wicket for the Vipers. So that partnership was just starting to grow in worrying fashion, and it brings Cordelia Griffith to the crease.
Yes, who has been the Sunrisers' in-form batter this season, very much so, Cordelia Griffith.
She does play in the 100 every now and again, doesn't she?
She does. But has got decent.
She faces up to Elwes again, who fires this one into the pads, and Griffith just pushes this on into the onside and scampers through to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think she was the leading scorer in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy for the Sunrisers, which hasn't been the world's most successful campaign as far as they're concerned, but Cordelia Griffiths has been remarkably consistent, and she's also batted nicely in the start of this competition, a 43 and a 27 in her 3 innings.
As Georgia Elwes runs away from us and bowls and with again, offered to Jodie Grewcock, who pushes us into the onside, and work to be done on the offside boundary, and they trot through for a single to push the score to 68 for 1.
Yeah, nicely played. Looking good so far, Grewcock. But with that 1 wicket down, they've just got to make sure they don't waste that excellent start.
It's pushed into the onside and no run again, so this is much better from Georgia Elwes. Just the 2 runs conceded so far in this over. 14 from her first over, so much better. She comes in for the final ball of this over and bowls back of her length. Cordelia Griffith just pushes this back to the bowler, so 68 for 1, a big wicket.
Really good over, not just the wicket, there were just 2 runs, and Sunrisers had just begun to get up a really good head of steam in this match, and that was a very good over to just peg them back a little bit. But Grucock is still there on 33 not out. Cordelia Griffith, as we said, has been in decent form.
Bowling in the Hayes close end, number 3, Megan Sturge.
So we have another of the younger players, Megan Sturge, coming into the attack. Or spin. She comes on. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Griffith. Sorry, the left-handed Grucock, who plays it out into the covers. Just having a little look at the new bowler, who starts nicely. That is a little shorter and around the leg stump, and it's just helped around the corner for a single by Grucock.
Yep, Megan Sturge, another one of the academy girls that have come into the squad, gets a start today. I think we saw a bit of a cap presentation earlier before the start of play. I'm sure their families will be here, and a proud moment.
Absolutely. She's only 18, so a young talent. Kent as well as the Vipers.
Very good from her again. Seems pretty accurate and bowls the ball nice and flat.
Just a little bit on the short side, but good pace to the delivery, and Griffith rocking back, looking to tuck it away, found that the ball was on her a little bit quicker than she was expecting. So impressive first over so far. Sturge. That is shorter and it's cut away by Griffith. She doesn't really time it, but they will trot through for a single. But a very decent first over from Sturge. Looked immediately confident.
Definitely.
On from the Hayes close end.
Yeah, good start from her. Definitely a good start from her. Just what you want when you are on your debut. Get the ball in your hand and just make sure you land the ball in the correct area. It's always, I know it's so easy to say, you know, just put the ball in the area, but it's very different when you've got a few nerves.
Well, that was a pretty nerveless first over.
It was, as Georgia Elwes continues and bowls, and Cordelia Griffith cuts this into the offside and will come through for a single. It's Freya Kemp doing the boundary, riding out there, and 70 for 1. 71 for 1, I beg your pardon. Just the 1 wicket to fall so far. Lissy McLeod, who is going very nicely, and was our LBW to Georgia Elwes in her previous overs. But Jodie Grucock has been going strong as she cuts this one into the offside, and no run. Lissy McLeod, 22 of 32 balls, and she had a 66-run opening partnership with Jodie Grucock. As Georgia Elwes runs in and past the umpire and bowls again, back of a length and pushed into the offside for no run. Fielded by the leg spinner Nancy Harmon, who I'm sure we'll see in action at some point as this innings goes on. Georgia Rawson, outside off stump this time and beats the bat of Jodie Grucock. So much better this from Georgia Rawson, whose first over went for 14. But her next 10 balls have just gone for 3 runs and managed to pick up a wicket as well. So she'll be happy, and so will the Vipers. She bowls again and no run, pushed back to the bowler by Jodie Grucock, who's on 34 of 43. Just the 1 ball remaining of this, the 14th over. Mid on and mid off up, mid wicket cover. And a point, the fielder's in the ring and again outside the off stump. So pretty good stuff this from Georgia Rawson. Managed to find a good spot. And that ends the 14th over, 71 for 1. The Sunrisers move to.
We'll speak soon, and I look forward to seeing Joe. Will do. Nice delivery. It did spin. Griffith actually played it pretty well in the end, but there was spin and bounce from Sturge.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like there's a bit of mystery spin there.
Yeah. She's. It was nicely played in the end by Griffiths, but she's impressed so far in the first 7 deliveries we've seen from Megan Sturge. Again, nice length and line. Teeny bit of turn as well, straightened a little. And Grucock, who's in really good nick, is immediately treating her with a bit of respect. Not afraid to give the ball a little bit of air either. That's just clipped away defensively into the covers. No run.
Yep, very good stuff from Megan Sturge. Looks like there's a bit of overspin actually with a bit of leg spin action actually.
Short though this time, and it's punished away, and it was mightily close to Taylor at mid-off, but not close enough to make the catch possible. But Jodie Grucock, you can see, was just waiting for the short delivery and tried to slam it, but probably hit the ball straighter than she wanted to. It's down the leg side, and that is swung away, and that's really the first loose ball that Sturge has bowled. She gets away with it though, there's just a single from it. Good fielding in the deep by Nancy Harmon. Whoa! Sorry, all my papers have just blown. We had a sudden gust in the commentary box, and I've hit poor Stanley with about 18 sheets of paper. There's a big shout for LB. It's not given. Cordelia Griffith had taken a very long stroll away from the stumps just in case the umpire had a second little look, but she was safe anyway. Another nice view, a lovely day here today. Cloud cover, but plenty of blue sky. No sign of bad light at this stage. And after 15 overs, 75 for 1. So this has been a good steadying job by the Vipers. They were racing along at 6 and over. That has now dropped to 5.
Yep, no, definitely needed to stem the flow of runs, and Georgia Rawson has played a big part as she comes in and bowls to Jodie Grucock, who just pushes this down to third man for a single, and they trot through. Yep, 66 run opening stand between Jodie Grucock and Lissy McLeod. They just seem to turn or change gears quite quickly, and all of a sudden the score just shot up, so the Vipers would have been worried at that point. Managed to pick up the wicket as Cordelia Griffiths pushes this into the onside. They're going to push for 2. They come back for 2, and that's good running. It's very good running.
Cordelia Griffiths is very quick between the wickets. She's a really good athlete. You see that when she fields as well, and she does turn quite a lot of 1s into 2s.
She definitely did there, and it would have been interesting if there had been a clean pickup. But she managed to scamper through and got through quite easily in the end. It's Georgia Ellis bowls, and she drives down the ground and goes for a single, and Emily Windsor just on the ring, so probably an easy single in the end.
And I think this is sensible batting as well. They've realised that the run rate was just slipping a little bit, and they weren't going to score many boundaries off the very tidy bowling, but a little bit of ball placement and decent running.
Yep, Zawus bowls, and Grucock, as we've seen a few times today, just pushes this into the offside and no run. So Georgia Elwes, as we mentioned, her first over went for 14. Just managed to claw it back and pull things back, and obviously picked up that big wicket of Lissy McLeod, so she's settled into a good line and length and bowls again, and this is cut away for no run. 79 for 1, the score moves on to Grucock on 38. Cordelia Griffith, new to the crease, 7 from her 12 deliveries faced.
Interesting with Georgia Elwes missing out on international selection this year after 10 years in an England shirt in some shape or form.
She bowls in. This is pulled into the onside. This might be out, and is down.
There's a chance.
That's a chance for Emily Windsor, and she'll be disappointed with that.
It's funny, it looked as if she'd done the hard work. It was quite a difficult chance to get to. It was dropping on her, but she seemed to have got her hands onto the ball, and that is a life, very much a life. We just see the replay. And yes, she did do well to get there, but just couldn't cling on. Frustration.
Don't know, Guy, if it's one of those ones where you catch the ball and it actually pops out when your elbows hit the floor.
Sturge to continue, and why not? She's bowled beautifully so far. It's flicked away for a single. And that the first real chance that has been offered. Grucock would have been a big wicket as well. And that's a lovely shot by Griffiths. She played that with very soft hands, very late, and just guided it through the empty slip area all along the ground. Really nice shot from Cordelia Griffith.
Yeah, very good. Just continues to rotate the strike and push things along.
Yeah, don't have to do it all in boundaries if you can run plenty of 2s. This forces the quicker delivery from Sturge that goes down the leg side, because she'd just been dabbed outside off stump, and that will be a wide. First one she's bowled. Pitched up on this occasion, nice length and line. Griffith looking for one of the gaps, of which there are a lot on the leg side, but actually picking out short mid-wicket. This goes down the well, it's gone down the leg side. Cordelia Griffith has a little look at the umpire, Neil Bainton, and says, was that a wide? He says, no, it wasn't. Good bounce. I'm not quite sure what she is appealing for. It must be LBW, but I think that would have gone over the stumps. Nice bowling though nonetheless, and a good fight back. She's still got, because of the wide, one more ball to bowl this over. And that's a full toss, and it's driven out to long on. I think there'll only be a single though. Good fielding. So Cordelia Griffith nicks the strike. The score goes up to 85 for 1 after 17. Griffith is 10 off 17 deliveries. Grewcock 40 off 53 and has had a life.
Yep, she has. So we approach nearly the first hour of the morning and already 17 overs bowled, which is very good going.
Returning at the river end, number 33, Ava Lee.
There will be a change from this, the river end. Ava Lee, who opened the bowling on debut for the Vipers, will come back into the attack. 4 overs for 14 so far, no wicket as yet. She'll be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Cordelia Griffith. 5 fielders in the ring, cover, point, mid-off, mid-wicket and a short fine leg. She comes in past umpire Amy Clark and bowls and full outside off stump and driven by Cordelia Griffith, and he'll come back for 2. No, Freya Kemp does well to cut that off to just a single.
Yeah, she beat the first ring of fielders, but Freya Kemp really did make good ground out in the deep to keep them down to 1. Particularly as both of these players are quick between the wickets and would have been looking for 2 if at all possible.
He would have. Freya Kemp, a very good athlete herself, won't be bowling today unfortunately as she still recovers from a back injury, but she's playing as a batsman as Ava Lee bowls and Jodie Grewcock pushes us on into the onside. So Grewcock, a life in the previous over, dropped on 39 by captain Emily Windsor. Difficult-ish chance, and that's going to be 4 actually. Ava Lee's just drifted onto the pads, and as we've seen her do a couple of times, Jodie Grewcock's gone for the sweep and got a fine sweep on that.
Really nice shot, really well timed. Knew there was no one down there. There's no fine leg as such. There's just a deep square leg for her. I felt for the poor wicketkeeper Rhianna Southby, who realised she was the only person who had any chance of stopping the ball getting to the boundary. She didn't manage to do that, but she had to run 50 yards in a pads all the way to go and pick the ball up as well. So tough life sometimes for the keeper.
It is. They do enjoy it every now and again. Ava Lee bowls and bowls again onto the onside and pushed into the onside for a single. So potentially just struggling with her line to the left-hander.
Yeah.
Should I say, Guy?
Absolutely. She's looked good to the right-handers, but she has struggled a little bit bowling to Jodie Grewcock, but she's back on the right-hander now.
That's driven hard by Cordelia Griffith. Work to do for Freya Kemp as she slides and just the 2 runs. So that was really well struck.
Yeah, she managed to keep them down to a single the last time, but there was no way she was going to keep them down to just the 1 on that occasion. It was a nice shot from Cordelia Griffith, who's looking more and more comfortable, as she has through, as I said, through most of this season. She's looked in pretty good shape for the Sunrisers with the bat.
Slight change of field here as Emily Windsor drops herself down to long off, and that's cut away by Cordelia Griffith, and they'll just trot through for a single. So runs coming quite easily for the Sunrisers, and that's the end of the over. 94 for 1. 7 runs off that over.
Yeah, no, it was a good over for the Sunrisers. And you're right about them racing through, though. It's extraordinary to think we've already had 18 overs and we've only just had over an hour, when you think that in the test match they do bowl 12 overs an hour. You think they're doing all right. Oh, and that's down the leg side. I think it might have got a little bit of a hand.
She's off again, Rhianna Southby.
Yes, she is, isn't she? You're right, she does enjoy it. And they've gone through for 3 something, just waiting to see what the umpire's call is. Must have actually hit a little bit of the bat. But yes. So that's 2 decent sprints that the wicket-keeper Southby has had to undergo. Oh, and this is a wide down the leg side, but also they managed to run through for another one as well, so it will count as 2 wides. And it hit for Southby as well. Is she wearing pads? If she is, they're very, very slight pads.
I think she might be wearing them underneath the trousers.
Yeah, so they're more the short leg pads than
Yeah.
the wicket-keeper pads, and I think she felt that one. That, however, is played very nicely. And that's going to be a wide down the leg side, and after bowling so tidily, Sturge just having a bit of a loose over. Maybe this is her 4th. In the first 3, she was able to put real pressure on the batters. Oh, and that's up in the air, but it's perfectly safe. And that was meant from Cordelia Griffith. She took a couple of steps down the wicket and just smashed it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot from Cordelia Griffith. Realising that this is a young bowler, maybe on debut, maybe slightly nervous, so important to keep that pressure on her.
And immediately the fielder, Taylor, is being sent back to the boundary rather than stopping the one. And Griffiths comes down the wicket again, but this is a decent delivery, and all Griffiths can do is just cover the spin, play it out into the leg side. And there is no run. Good fight back by the bowler. Griffith gets a late call. Well, it actually did get quite an early call from Grewcock, but set off late for that leg bye. 100 has come up during the over as well. So 105 now for 1. The Sunrisers. 1 more ball left. Grewcock will face it on 45 not out. And she plays it very defensively and correctly. Griffiths is asking, I think, for fresh gloves or a fresh bat or a fresh something anyway. Or just maybe it's just a drink.
Yeah, they've done quite a lot of running, so I'm pretty sure they'll need some refreshment. Maybe a good time for the fielding side just to have a quick think about what their plans are and how they're going to try and stem this flow of runs and maybe try and pick up some wickets, because 105 for 1 now. The Sunrisers are going along very nicely, really.
Yeah, they set themselves a terrific base. We have seen with the Sunrisers, though, sometimes they haven't always built on the base that they set themselves up with. So certainly in the dressing room they'll be hoping that this will be much more of a repeat of that first match against the Vipers in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Vipers will be hoping that they can come back from that, and Ava Lee will continue from the river end. She bowls to Cordelia Griffith, who pushes us on into the onside for no run. Again, good little spot that Ava Lee's found there, so no run off the second ball. 105 for 1. Ava Lee, 2 balls into her 6th over, none for 23. Cordelia Griffiths down the wicket, and again, a slight fumble there by, looks like it might be Captain Emily Windsor.
This ball's following her around a bit at the moment, isn't it? That was well bowled, though. It had to be dug out by Griffith, who was looking to attack.
Yeah, the ball does follow you around sometimes in the field, and especially when you're one of the better fielders, I guess she's probably going to put herself in key areas. So mid-wicket is a key area. See, this is again pushed into the offside, and It's Emily Windsor again. It's Jodie Grucock this time, the left-hander, pushes us into the offside. So 3 dots out of 4 for Averley. This is good. Bit of pressure being built, and again strays onto the pads, and Grucock sweeps, and they'll come through for a single. Score moves on to 106. Grucock 46 not out, providing a good platform. So Averley bowls to Cordelia Griffiths down the wicket, who drives down to long off, and they trot through for a single. So that will be the end of the over, and 108 for 1.
Nice tidy over, just the 3 singles from it. Good fight back by Lee. This partnership now worth 41. Griffith has 23 of those runs since she came to the crease, and she's managed to keep the run rate popping along decently. 23 off 29, Grucock 46 off 59. So
check the bowling at the Hayes close end, number 25, Nancy Harmon.
So first view of Nancy Harmon today.
Yep, the leg spin of Nancy Harmon. Definitely expected her to play a big part in this Vipers bowling attack.
And that is, well, very close. But it's flicked around the corner. The bowler can't quite believe what's happened, and I think they've ended up with 2 runs just to rub salt into her particular wounds. Griffiths keeps the run rate ticking round. Leggy drops it short, and Griffiths is on it very quickly. There is someone out in the deep who does brilliantly to stop the ball going over the boundary ropes, because it was really well hit by Griffith, and a superb clawing effort to bring the ball back in and stop it going over the boundary ropes ensures there's just a couple.
Yeah, that was impressive fielding. I think it might be Alice Monaghan out there. She's done really well. Wasn't the greatest delivery and probably deserved to go for a boundary, but great work from her.
Yeah, really did claw it back, though. The catch wasn't there at the end, and in the end he's played on the full toss. Only just, and it's driven up, but there is someone out at long off. So they'll only go through for a single. So a couple of loose deliveries that could have been more expensive have ended up only going for 3.
Yep. That always helps if your fielders can back up your bowling. It's such a massive part. The odd run saved, you just don't know what that will do at the end of this game.
That's flicked away. Decent shot as well by Grucock, but again the field is very well placed and keeps them down just to the 1.
Yep, slightly shorter from Nancy Harmon, so maybe struggling to find her length initially in this first over.
Just resets herself, Nancy Harmon. Halfway down the track again, and it's smashed away by Griffiths, but she picks out the fielder in the deep again, who does well, and it will only be a single. So she may feel she just missed out a little bit on that Cordelia Griffiths. It was there to be hit, but there was only one person out on the deep, and she managed to find her. Still another run to the total though. Harmon is in once again. And that's flicked round the corner, but there is a player at short fine leg for exactly that shot. And what could have been a rather expensive over isn't. Ava Lee there with the stop. And just the 7, I think, from that over, and it could have been rather more.
It could. She'll be glad that it wasn't. The Vipers will be glad too, but they need to try and find a breakthrough here, really. This partnership has moved on to nearly 50, 66 for 1 when the wicket fell.
Yeah. Oh,
that's it.
It's not going to get to 50.
Exactly what we spoke about. They needed a breakthrough, and Cordelia Griffith came down the wicket and ran past one, and that's really good stumping from Rihanna Southby. So Ava Lee picks up her first wicket of the day. Big wicket, because the Sunrisers were just starting to look dangerous.
Yeah, we'll just watch that again, because I think Cordelia Griffiths will be slightly disappointed. The ball was there to be hit, doesn't turn. It is a terrific piece of wicket keeping there, I have to say. But Cordelia Griffith will be disappointed that she missed that one. But a breakthrough for Lee.
Yeah. Looks like she almost yorked herself. Sometimes you can you can run past it and it goes underneath the bat, which looks like that happened. But it brings the skipper, Danae van Niekerk, to the crease.
Yes, who's still really waiting for a big innings in this Sunrisers team. She's taken over the captaincy from Kelly Castle. Big name signing, and she has helped a lot of the players. She's been fantastic in that role at the club, and certainly the young players have just been, it really has been such an enormously effective signing on that way. But just the numbers at the moment from Dani van Niekerk on the pitch just need to reflect her impact off it.
So Ava Lee continues and bowls to van Niekerk, who's into her work very quickly with a clip into the onside for 1. So a very important breakthrough there for Ava Lee, and just what the Vipers needed. They want to build on this, because the last time they took the wicket and then sort of let things slide again, so they'll be keen to put more pressure. As Jodie Grewcock pushed this one in the air, slightly uppish, but no damage done. Grewcock from 47, so more or less anchoring this innings, and they'll be keen for her to stay there and maybe bat around her.
Absolutely right. Yes, she's
on the pads, and she moves on to 48 as she sweeps again. Ava Lee struggling slightly with her line to the left-hander. Just 2 balls remaining in this, the 22nd over, and van Niekerk pushes us into the onside, and they trot through for a quick single, and not too much that Megan Sturge could do there.
No, it's really sensible batting, wasn't it? Don't try and hit this leather off the ball, just play it into the spaces. There are certainly runs around if the placement is right, and you can just dab and go.
Highly experienced character, so she'll be very aware of where the singles are. As push into the offside will end the over, 118 for 2. So a big breakthrough with the wicket of Cordelia Griffith for Ava Lee. The Sunrisers still sitting quite nicely.
It's a good over from Ava Lee, wasn't it? One, not only the big wicket, but only 3 singles from it as well. And she's just stopped. It's the second time in the match when the Sunrisers look to really be building a big head of steam up, partnerships going really well, and just when they looked as if they were about to run away with it, they've just been dragged back. So Mary Taylor is back into the attack. She opened from the Hayes close end. Bowled tidily at times. Van Niekerk cuts that away nicely, but straight to the fielder. So she went.
We've seen the ball timed really well today, haven't we, guys? It must be an indication that this pitch, the ball's coming on quite nicely.
Yes, it's taken 1 or 2 a ball or 2 to read the pitch, but I have to say Dani van Niekerk has just come in and looked immediately very comfortable. That's again nicely played out onto the leg side by her, but also for no run. So that's good news as far as the Vipers are concerned. But Danny van Niekerk would like to bring up her numbers with her summer side, the Sunrisers. And that's slapped back to the bowler, played on the up. Yeah, she's played 6 matches in all formats so far this season. 66 runs and a high score of just 20. So possibly not the numbers expected. The South African skipper, who cuts that away beautifully. Oh, that is a shot. She played it late and she just absolutely threaded the field.
Yep, if she hit the fielder the first attempt, she definitely hasn't this time, and that's an outstanding shot. And that's raced away down to that boundary.
Yep, right in front of the pavilion as well, in the little players' areas. This time she flicks it down on the leg side. They can get 1. And Van Niekerk wants 2. Grewcock is a very polite runner. She waits and makes sure that the person at the other end is ready, because she's pretty brisk, Danny Grewcock, between the wickets. And then if she's called, she puts the accelerator on and goes to whichever end she is required to. And at the moment they've run very well, the Sunrisers. And Danny van Niekerk does turn that into a 2. And that's played on the up to mid off. There is no run. A good battle in that over. 6 runs coming from it. 124 now for 2 the Sunrisers after 23 overs. Grewcock, who's been in the 40s for a while now, 48 from 64, and Van Niekerk is now moving along at a run a ball on 8.
Yeah, she has. She's been slightly quiet, Jodie Grewcock, of late, but she's playing the perfect role, really. Just what you want from your opening batter. Just to set that platform and build that foundation for her team, and she can stick around and
number 34, Georgia Elvis.
make use of the start that she's had. The Sunrisers can look to post a competitive total. Will be Georgia Elvis to come back from the river end. Picked up the first wicket of Lissy Norcross, and she bowls back of a length. And no run for Jodie Grewcock.
Yeah, she bowled nicely in the first 4 overs, as you'd expect from the long-time England international.
Yep. Struggled in her first over, going for 14, but definitely brought things back.
You're right.
And this is pulled into the onside and might just be a single for Jodie Grewcock. So back of a length ball, and she swiveled on that one really nicely.
Yeah, you immediately thought, oh, that's uppish, and then you realised she played it very safely. There wasn't a single fielder in that area, so absolutely no danger playing that particular shot. Her only problem was picking out the fielder, the one fielder in the deep, and only getting a single for it, and moving to 49.
49 of the 125 that have been scored so far today, as Danny van Niekerk versus Georgia Elvis for the first time, and just pushes this into the offside for no run. So a few other games going on today for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. The Sparks taking on the Thunder, 74 for 3 the Sparks are, and the Southeast Stars struggling somewhat against the Northern Diamonds, 72 for 5. And the Western Storm taking on the Blaze, and that's bold! That is bold! Georgia Elvis makes the breakthrough again. Chopped on, it looks like, from Danny van Niekerk, who tried to go for a dab down to third man, and another important breakthrough, Guy.
It was too close for that shot, wasn't it? And it almost looks as if she was hurried into it too. Ball might have been a little bit quicker than she was expecting, and it comes back between bat and pad. You're right, there might have been a little edge on it, but I think it would have bowled her anyway, because she managed to get that movement back into the stumps, and it's a beautiful piece of bowling. But we've seen that so often in cricket these days with people trying to play that little dab shot when the ball is too close to them and getting themselves in all sorts of trouble. And Danae van Neerkerk, yeah, she's just clean neck and crop. Lovely bowling.
Yep, another important breakthrough there. So the Vipers clawing their way back into this game. 125 for 3 now. The Sunrisers, a big wicket. Van Neerkerk was actually just starting to look fairly dangerous, but as Guy said, probably hasn't had the return of the runs that the Sunrisers would have hoped for from her this season so far. But that brings Maddie Villiers to the crease.
Yes, they could. Certainly the Sunrisers will be hoping that Maddie Villiers can find some of her best form. They need to make sure that they don't waste this excellent start.
She plays that one nicely into the down the ground. Sorry, Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, she immediately middling the ball, which is a good sign, but she will be aware that Elwes is getting the ball to nip back into the right-handers.
Georgia Elwes runs away from the river end, and this is pushed in. They take a single. This is going to be tight. Oh,
yeah, they
again
forced the misfield though, didn't they?
They did,
and they've actually gone for 2 because after the ball was eventually fielded, there were 2 people backing up, and the ball went between both of them, and what was a very tight single becomes 2. And
yeah. What's going on there?
Maddie Villiers is off the mark, and that is the end though of an excellent over from Elwes. She has 2 for 25 from 5, but as Stanley mentioned, her first over went for 14, so she's got 2 for 11 from the last 4 overs, which is smart bowling.
Yeah, very good from her.
Well, we're nearly halfway through. One more over. Grewcock is still there on 49 from 66 deliveries. And it's Taylor to continue. Grewcock just plays that defensively. Extra cover races in to pick up the ball, and there will be no run. Charlie Dean. Oh, I must have misread the number. Charlie Dean not playing. Grewcock will be glad to be out of the 40s, which he is now as the ball is swung away. It might bisect the fielders and go all the way for 4. It does, and what a good way to bring up an excellent half century for her side, Danny Grewcock. Another 4 from her.
Came from 68 balls and including 7 balls.
As you heard, I think on the replay from the announcer there, 68 balls, 7 fours, and has anchored this Sunrisers innings so far. Really well played from Danny Grewcock. Now she's back defensively, covering up her stumps, playing it in to the covers.
Yeah, it's been a very good innings actually from her so far. We saw her start fairly slowly. I think she picked up the pace with a few boundaries, and then again in recent times has been maybe fairly quiet, but she's still there, 53 not out.
And that's played out into the covers. Also, she's been starved of the strike a little bit. Of the 24 overs, she had faced 66 balls, so she had faced 11 of. So she faced way less than half the deliveries bowled in the innings so far. So particularly during the 40s, she seemed to be starved of the strike. So still just the one scoring shot from this over. Taylor is in again, and that's nicely placed away, and they've gone for a quick single, and I have a feeling that there might have been a spot of bother there for Maddie Villiers if the throw had been a little bit better, but as it was, Nancy Harmon a little bit awry with the throw, and they were safely through for the single. And the 5th run from the over. Grucock moves on to 54. Villiers on strike for the final ball. Taylor in, and that's played nicely, and that's found the gap on the onside between short mid-wicket and long on. They decide not to take on the throw, settle for 2. Decent over as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. 7 coming from it. And they move on to 134 for 3, and we're at the halfway mark. So really fascinatingly poised, this match, you have to say, after 25 overs. You still feel it could go either way. The Sunrisers, if you're just joining us now, they won the toss as a drinks break is understandably taken because it's pretty warm out there despite the stiff breeze. But the Sunrisers won the toss, elected to bat. Several occasions they looked as if they were going to be running away, but particularly Georgia Elwys has been superb. She's taken 2 of the wickets to fall, trapping Issy McLeod plumb LBW for a decent 22, and Danae van Niekerk bowled by a beauty for 8. In between time, Cordelia Griffiths gave the charge to Ava Lee and ended up getting herself stumped by Southby, but not before she'd scored 29 brisk runs. But yeah, who would you make favourite at the moment, Stanley?
I'll probably say that the Sunrisers would be the happier of the two. Again, 134 off 25 overs is good going. The Vipers have probably been a little bit loose with the ball and maybe bowled a few too many boundary balls. I think they would be, if they were honest in their assessment. We know that obviously the corresponding fixture, the Sunrisers won, having put runs on the board, so the Vipers won't want to chase too many. Although it does look like it's an okay pitch, you still don't want to be chasing too many, and you want to limit the side too.
No, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Well, we may have 1 or 2 of the Sunrisers players, injured players, sadly, who are going to pop up and see us if they can get up the stairs. Meanwhile, Joe Gardner will be having a chat with, and also the unfortunate Eva Gray, possibly in the second innings, who was called up into the England squad and then picked up an injury. And that's always harsh when you make the squad and then are unable to play. But she's here with us in Chelmsford this afternoon, so we hope we'll be grabbing a word with her later and commiserating.
Did you manage to watch much of the game last night, the England ladies?
Sadly, I was at a friend's 60th
Oh,
birthday party last night, so...
Thoroughly good game, actually, in the end. Australia just got over the line with 1 ball to spare.
Oh!
But, yeah, the England
Cracker.
ladies scored 153 and managed to make a good attempt to defend that score, actually. Took it down to the last over and the last ball. So, yeah, interesting.
Well, for those of you who like England-Australia matches, we should probably just keep you up to date with what's going on at Lords, and England are now 168 for 4, and Duckett and Stokes are still going, which is a decent effort from them. Duckett has 79, Stokes has just got his half century, 51 not out.
Georgia also will be to continue. Oh, sorry. Here's actually Georgia Elwys, I beg your pardon. Yeah, continuing from this, the river end after drinks. The pick of the bowlers so far, 2 for 25, as Guy mentioned, of her 5 overs. Managed to make the breakthrough of Lissy McLeod early on, and also in her last over, Danae van Niekerk bowled. She comes in again and bowls back of a length to Maddie Villiers, who pushes this one back to Georgia Elwys for no run.
Yeah, you get the feeling now after the excitable first over when there were 3 fours, I think, from the bowling of Elwys. Since then, Sunrisers have decided she is one of the main dangers, so just try and keep her out.
Definitely. As she bowls and Villiers pushes this into the onside and no run to Ava Lee, who fields at mid-on. 135 for 3. The Sunrisers looking to post a total here and challenge this Vipers side. Owls bowls in again. That looks like it's starting to keep
low,
a bit low.
It was well dug out in the end. No, Matty Villiers is such an important player for the Sunrisers. She scored 70 in the corresponding match earlier in the season, but then had a run of poor form with the ball, with the bat for the rest of that series. But 7 wickets at 20, as well as the decent runs.
She flicks well into the onside for no run. She was in the England setup for a little while, wasn't she?
Yep.
Maddie Villiers. Maybe gone slightly out of favour.
Happens in all sports and all types of cricket as well, doesn't it? You flavour of the month at one stage.
It really does. As Owls comes and bowls, and Georgia Owls drives down the ground nicely, and there'll be no run to end the 26th over. 135 for 3. Villiers on 4. Jodie Grucock anchoring this Sunrisers innings on 55 of 72 deliveries.
Yeah, Maddie Villiers has 17 England caps to her name, having made her debut in 2019. That was a very good over, a very solid over, just the one single from it, just as she has done throughout. She has been the person who's just checked the Sunrisers' progress, does so again. 26 overs now, 135 for 3.
Change bowling at the Hayes close end, number 3, Megan Sturge.
So Megan Sturge returns to the Hayes close end. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Gardner and is straight down the leg side. And for her second spell, she has started with the leg side wide, just as she started her first. But she soon got right length and line after that. That, however, is a little bit short. Grucock will probably feel she didn't quite time it, but she swings it away into the leg side and they go through for a very easy single, and she moves on to 56. Sturge has the figures of 0 for 22 from her first 4 overs, now 0 for 23. Maddie Villiers will face her for the first time. It's wide outside the off stump. Fielder rather dives over the ball, but there is someone sweeping behind her, so they will go and take a single, but there will be no more.
Scrambling from Emily Windsor in the field. Couldn't stop that one, unfortunately.
Round the wicket to the left-hander, and that's a lovely sweep shot from Grucock. Fielder is doing a level best to try and get round and stop it, but just can't make it despite the dive. And Grucock moves into the 60s, and that really was a lovely shot. It wasn't the greatest ball from Sturge. You will be slightly disappointed to have strayed down the leg side again, but the left-handed Danny Grucock on it very, very quickly.
She's played the shot well today.
Short leg side again, and this is swung away. There will certainly be one, and there will only be one. But Sturge, who bowled so tidily in her first spell, just dropping it short really for the first time from her in this match, and the run's just beginning to flow slightly. That's a much better delivery. Flight,
Yeah.
dropped at the last minute, and in the end it was nicely played by Maddie Villiers. It was one of those deliveries where your eyes light up for a second and then the thing drops, spins and makes you look silly. This one's a little shorter and faster and can be punched off the back foot out to deep extra, and they go through for an easy single. That will be the end of an over. 9 runs came from it, 144 now for 3 after 27 overs. Grewcock continues to hold things together as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. 61 from 75, and Villiers looking well as if she's ready to join the party as well. 6 from 11, just getting herself in. Plenty of time left still in this innings, of course. 23 overs.
Yep.
So it needs pacing properly.
Yep, definitely. We spoke about the change of format back to the 50 over stuff, so you have to make sure you bat the overs as Georgia Elwish continues and back of a length, and Maddie Villiers just pushes this on back to the bowler for no run.
She has found a length and line now. Elwish is proving desperately difficult to get away. But I guess there's always at least one bowler who you find doing that, and see them off and look at scoring runs from the rest. But that's nicely played.
Yeah, clipped into the onside by Maddie Villiers, who's after maybe a couple of sketchy singles at the beginning, has maybe calmed down and realised that there's quite a lot of time and she can just get herself in and bat with Jodie Grewcock, who's been excellent so far. As Georgia Elwish runs in and bowls and pushed into the onside for no run. 145 for 3 the score is now. Sunrisers looking to put this Vipers side under pressure. Both these sides probably could do with a win, really. Especially the Sunrisers, I guess, having only won the one so far. Again, back of a length into the offside and no run.
Yes, it's been frustrating for the Sunrisers for a few seasons now. They found themselves in quite a lot of positions where potentially they could have gone on and won the match, and for various reasons then didn't. So it was really good to get over the line against the Vipers earlier this season, and they've set themselves up again this time round.
Definitely. Elwish bowls again and pushes this into the offside. Jodie Grewcock. It's always when you have maybe had a good result against a particular side, you'll always remember that, and it's important to take that energy and remember what you did correctly in that game and try and replicate that.
Well, this is a very good battle between Elwish, who's been the pick of the attack, and Grewcock, who's been the pick of the batters, and she guides that. Sorry, I jumped all over you.
No, that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. That was good.
Very rude.
Good work there from Jodie Grewcock as she moves on to 62, and that ends the over. So it's actually over to you now, Guy. 146
well,
you
steal the final ball of my over. No, interesting stage of the match you feel here. Sturge is set to continue. Megan Sturge. Bowled tidily. She is not the spinner who has taken the wicket. That was Ava Lee, who had Cordelia Griffith stumped for 29 earlier. Hands held high as she comes in to bowl. That is swung away. Decent hook shot as we get another blast of wind through our windows in the commentary box here. We just take the single. So Grewcock continuing her sweet way. That is well played by Maddie Villiers. Ball was just dipping on her, but she managed to take a big enough stride down the wicket to essentially turn it into a full toss and play the sweep shot, but could only get a single from it. It might have been 2 if they'd really gone for it, but both happy to settle for 1. Down the leg side, and it's played uppishly, but certainly safely by Grewcock, and they go through for another single. So Sturge is having to do the left right combination as far as the batters are concerned. And that's played into the onside for another single. And this is really nicely played by these two at the moment, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. If you get 6 singles, you're still going along at a run of ball, then that'll do. That, though, forces the defensive shot, and that run of singles comes to an end as it's played back to the bowler, who fields and then gets back in position to bowl again. And the late dab played very nicely and very late. They should get at least 2. And they settle for that, so there will be 6 off the over in the end. And a good little battle between Sturge, who bowled nicely, and Grewcock and Villiers, who moved the ball into the gaps in the field very nicely as well, to keep that scoreboard ticking over and in fact bring up the 150.
Yep, it's been good. It's been very good from the Sunrisers, actually. We spoke about how important it would be to run well, because this boundary is fairly large today. So as much as the boundaries will come, you still need to make sure that you're running hard. And Ava Lee returns for her 3rd spell here from the river end and bowls to Villiers. That's a big shout, wrapped on the pad, who went for a sweep. So
interestingly, the bowler didn't look as interested as the wicket keeper.
No, she really didn't. She comes in again and bowls to Maddie Villiers, who again tries to move this one into the onside, but the ball was potentially maybe a bit fuller than the shot that she was looking to play. So Ava Lee asking a couple of questions so far to Maddie Villiers.
Yep, good bowling so far.
Jodie Grewcock back on her back foot and drives into the offside, and they should get a single after a slight misfield there from Megan Sturge. 154 for 3. Grewcock moving on to 67, holding this innings together really nicely. Fantastic platform here for the Sunrisers. 154 for 3. Should look to build on this as Maddie Villiers goes on the back foot and pulls into the onside, and that bisects the fielders, who kind of looked at each other as though they weren't sure who was going to go for it. And
yeah, ended up with neither of them diving. I think they feared a crash out on the boundary rope, but bonus runs, I think, because they were both very close to being able to stop the ball going over.
And Villiers picks up a good boundary, and she goes again and goes for a slog sweep, but there's a fielder up there, so just the single. So definite aggression being shown here by Maddie Villiers.
Well, it's a nice position to be in, isn't it, as Alice Monaghan does the fielding, because she knows she's got Grewcock propping up one end, so it gives her licence to have a bit of a dart.
It does, as Ava Lee bowls, and Grewcock pulls into the onside, and Freya Kemp, he hasn't moved really from that boundary. She's been out there all on her own. Does the work, and that ends the over. 160 for 3 of 30 overs now.
Yeah, it's decent. Been going along very steadily, essentially. They were 56 off the first 10, 52 off the second 10, and 52 off the third 10. So very steady scoring as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. You can understand why Villiers is now looking to just up the tempo, though, a tad. And it will be Taylor to continue, and that's nicely placed out to the offside, but once again the fielder has been stuck out there, as Stanley said, Freya Kemp, but you can see why, because she covers a great deal of ground very quickly, and she's got a really good arm and keeps them down to a single yet again. Mary Taylor to continue. That's just short of a length. Maddie Villiers tries to just play the ball into the onside. But short mid-wicket is in very briskly to do the fielding. Alice Monaghan, who bowled a couple of overs earlier, and we haven't seen hide and hair since. Taylor, who opened the bowling, whose third spell this is, that's punched into that mid-wicket area. Ball is spilt, so they can go through for a single. It's tough on the fielder, but
Yeah, she's been fairly good today, Mary Taylor. Decent figures so far, just no breakthrough as yet.
yes, she's no one's got after her particularly, and that's nicely coaxed through the covers. But only will make one run from the shot. But again, it just keeps things ticking along. 3 singles from the first 4 deliveries of Taylor's 7th over so far. Full flicked away on the leg side. It's nicely played, but again there is a fielder down there, so again it will only be 1. But Maddie Villiers certainly into some decent form pretty quickly. As I say, she started the season very brightly. Also so crucial with the ball for the Sunrisers. Taylor in again, and that's full, but driven to the fielder, and that's the end of an excellent over. Just the 4 runs coming from it at this stage of proceedings is a very decent return. So well bowled, Mary Taylor. 2 informed batters could only take singles, and Grewcock has now moved into the 70s. 70 not out, Villiers 17. 164 for 3 from 31. Fascinatingly poised, this match.
Yep, definitely. You'll probably see the Sunrisers try and push the ante, and this is pulled away by Maddie Villiers as Ava Lee continues from the river end. And that just goes to short fine leg for no run. 164 for 3, so 19 overs remaining of this innings. Villiers goes for a slog sweep. She might have picked someone out, and she has picked her out, and that is the big wicket again for Ava Lee. So that aggression that we spoke about, that Maddie Villiers was going to try and push the scoring, has unfortunately brought about her downfall.
She almost had to play that shot though, didn't she? It was there to be hit. The boundaries are very long today. She fetched it from outside that off stump, swung it into the leg side, and just couldn't get the carry that she needed. And in the end, it was a decent take, made to look very easy by Alice Monaghan.
Yeah, very good.
And it is number 17, Amara Carr.
Just as the Sunrisers seem to get a partnership, the Vipers managed to break it
For the 4th time.
all the time.
Yeah, this is turning into something of a certainly a pattern in this match.
Yeah, I just think that Maddie Villiers will probably be slightly disappointed with that. I guess just because the percentage of that shot, you got to hit it extremely well to get it over that boundary. Like we mentioned, those boundaries are quite big. To take the bowler on aerially would have to be a pretty outstanding shot, and she was playing the ball quite nicely on the ground, which is,
Yeah.
I guess, the disappointing. But credit to Ava Lee there, who's again picked up her 2nd wicket, so she's doing really well.
Well, it's the keeper, Amara Carr, who's come in at number 6.
She pushes into the offside and gets a single down to deep cover, so she's up and running. Amara Carr.
Yeah, she's only averaged 10 in the first 4 innings of this competition earlier on, but Certainly has form with the bat. High score of 99.
It's a single there again for Jodie Grucock. As Ava Lee came over the wicket that time, so maybe trying to negate the slight struggles in her line from around the wicket. Jodie Grucock, though, continuing on her merry way and picking up singles. 71 now of 89 deliveries. As Ava Lee bowls to Marakar, who defends this into the offside and potentially sets off for a run, but
Yeah, there might have been one there, but it certainly would have needed Grucock to go very early indeed. So I think discretion was probably the wise choice on that occasion.
definitely she pushes this into the onside and will now pick up that single that she was looking for. That will be the end of a very good over there from Ava Lee. Just 3 runs from it, 2 for 40 her figures are now, with just 1 over remaining for her. 167 for 4 the Sunrisers of 32 overs.
She's done a terrific job for the team, hasn't she, young Ava Lee, coming in for this one with all the international call-ups. 2 big wickets, and
Change of bowling at the Hayes Plus returning number 20, Alice Monaghan.
so Alice Monaghan, who was a little bit expensive in her early overs, couple of overs, but she is coming back into the attack now. Ava Lee, who hails from Berkshire, coming into the side and doing really well today. Now, can Monaghan keep up the pressure? Full toss, and has to be said, Amara Carr rather missed out on that one. Didn't time it. Goes out to mid wicket, and a dot ball that on another day there certainly wouldn't have been. You feel it'd have been bowled to the batter at the other end, who's seeing it like a football now. I feel like one might have toll taken. As it is, that's a much better delivery and gets the dab outside off stump from Amara Carr. Ball just coming back in a little as well. Much better from Monaghan. His first 2 overs cost 23, which is why she was hooked out of the attack. She's back with a couple of dot balls in over 3. Right arm over the wicket. Short, and it's picked up quite nicely by Amara Carr. But once again, to Freya Kemp, doing that fabulous fielding out on that long boundary. And there aren't many. There are no fans over there either, so life is pretty lonely over there.
It really is.
She'll be looking forward to lunch and human contact again.
Talking to anyone.
Yeah, exactly. Monaghan in once again. And that's a nice delivery. She goes Yorker length. Jodie Grucock, though, wise to it and just plays it with soft hands, digs it out, realises there isn't a run. Nod to the bowler. Good work from her. And this has been a decent response from Monaghan. That's nicely played by Grucock, who stepped outside her off stump. Oh, and then wears one in the back of the leg as the ball is hurled in by Georgia Elwis, I think, towards the stumps. But didn't bat an eyelid, Jodie Grucock. Not going to let the thump of a cricket ball into the back of her leg disturb her concentration. And that's played very correctly up to mid-off. So just the 2 singles from the over, and as has happened so often in this Sunrisers innings, a partnership is being forged pretty nicely. A wicket falls and then they have to almost rebuild again. We've had partnerships of 66, 49, there was just the short one of 10, and then 39, so certainly nearly every player and nearly every partnership has had a good start. Grewcock is still there, and boy, remember she was dropped on 37.
She was. She's played nicely though. She sweeps Ava Lee, who's into her last over. So far figures of 2 for 41. Bowled really nicely on debut. But Jodie Grewcock again continuing on her merry way, 73 of 92 and holding this innings together. Mara Carr recently joining her, and she just pushes this into the offside, and they'll sneak through for a single. Potentially look to come back for 2, but pretty good work there from Megan Sturge. It looks like it could possibly be. Quite a tight field here set for Jodie Grewcock. Mid on and mid off her up. She cuts and cuts nicely, but finds the fielder, no run. Lots of support coming through from the fielders for their bowler, who's done a fantastic job for them so far today. Can she finish well? 3 to go in her spell, and a dot ball as Jodie Grewcock pushes this into the onside for no run. 1-7, 1 for 4 the score. So Sunrisers getting themselves into a good position for this last 16 overs. As Ava Lee bowls, and again a dot ball and pushed into the onside, so tidy stuff this from her.
No, she has, and she also had the pressure of opening the bowling as well, which is a big ask when you're just coming into the team.
Definitely. She bowls and driven, just a slight fumble from Megan Sturge, and they all run through for a single. That's an end of a fantastic spell from Ava Lee. 2 for 43 she finishes with of her 10 overs. 172 for 4 the Sunrisers are now.
Yeah, that's a brilliant return, isn't it? When you're drafted into the team, it's a big match, a big competition. Could you open, please, as well? And to finish with 2 for 43 from your 10 overs against a team looking to attack you, that's good bowling from Ava Lee. She's a lot to be proud of.
Definitely. 2 big wickets in there as well.
Now it will be Monaghan to bowl to Grewcock. Alice Monaghan running away towards us, and that's played out into the onside, and there is no run. Mara Carr looked as if she quite fancied sprinting through for a quick single, but Jodie Grewcock doesn't want to lose unnecessary wickets at this crucial part of the innings. As it is, the run rate has slowed dramatically. Just 9 runs from the last 3 overs, and that's played out into the leg side nicely, but it will still only be a single. The boundaries certainly have dried up in the last few overs.
It'll be interesting to see what they think is going to be a good score on this pitch.
Yeah.
Having decided to bat first.
I think you'd like to be certainly north of 250. It's cut away nicely. But again, straight to the fielder, sweeping up on the cover boundary. Single again. And the fielders have had to put a lot of yards in today, with the left-handed Jodie Grewcock batting with a succession of right-handers. Every time there's a single, several of the fielders having to run from one side to the other. Oh, and that kept low. Big shout for LBW. Don't know if it didn't quite hit her in line, but like to see that one again, because several things were happening there. The ball kept a bit low, pitched outside leg. Good decision, but certainly batting will be difficult if the bounce gets any more variable.
Yep, Neil Bainton has been on the circuit for a long time, so a very good umpire.
That's not quite timed, but driven back to the bowler. At the moment, just 3 overs, 3 runs so far. This is the 35th over. Oh, and they go for a very tight single, and this could be out. Oh no, she just got there. Skipper had a chance though. That really was a very, very risky single, but they get away with it. Score moves to 176.
Yeah, they definitely took the fielder on there.
Just a bit. And they will be slightly disappointed, I think, the Vipers. That was little opportunity, but you can see now that the Sunrisers just feel they've got to crank it up.
The river end, number 25, Nancy Harmer.
Yeah. They look to continue to try and pile on these runs and set a formidable total. It's always difficult to know what's enough. I think they've seen that the pitch is playing okay, but I guess we've seen a little bit of low bounce actually in recent times, so they just have to bat these overs and make sure that they stay positive and run well as Nancy Harmon comes in from the river end. It's a full toss to start and driven down the ground, and Amara Kara runs through for a single.
She got away with it, just the 1 run from it. If anyone's interested in the Ashes, Ben Duckett has gone for 83 to go with his 98 in the first innings, but Stokes is still there on 60, Bairstow on 10, and England are 191 for 5. They need another 180.
Fascinating stuff there. Nancy Harmon from the river end, and that's short, and
again it didn't bounce much, did it?
Didn't bounce at all.
Felt for the batter on that occasion. They were looking to help the ball round the corner, and it just completely died on them.
Struggled a little bit with her line and lengths so far, only the 1 over so far, and pulled it, and that's going to be out. She's pulled it her straight to mid-wicket, and Jodie Grucock, after 76 runs and a mammoth innings, really has come to almost a tame end, Guy.
Definitely. It was a nothing ball. It was there to be hit, but again, I think because it didn't bounce quite as high as she was expecting, she ended up having to sort of shovel it a bit from outside off, and ended up just giving catching practice to mid-wicket, and what had been a very good innings has come to, you're right, an anticlimactic end. And second Sunrisers player who's tried to do that, fetch the ball outside off stump and hit it to leg and come unstuck. But they wanted Jodie Grucock to stay there. They needed someone to see this innings home, and now Carr and Miller, one's wicket keeper, one's a bowler who bats, they just feel that the steam is running out of this Sunrisers innings now, which is disappointing for them.
Yeah, that pursuit, I guess, to try and score quick runs. It's also important just to realise that there's still a number of overs left.
Yeah.
The best part of 17 overs, 16 overs, should I say, 15 overs. 15 overs, 14 overs remaining after the 3 balls of this over. So still a number of quite a lot of time, really.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
There's no major rush, but Florence Miller joins Amara Carr. Nancy Harmon has picked up her first wicket. And that's a full toss, and that's a big shout. But that's Amy Clark says no, potentially sliding down the leg side.
Harmon liked it though, didn't she?
She
You can
did.
see that she thought it was very close.
Did. She comes in again and full to Florence Miller, who pushes us down. Too long on for a single, and she's off the mark.
Yeah, no, Harmon has been most effective in this over. Big LBW shout, a wicket and just a couple of singles.
Yep, she was looking to finish well. She bowls a full toss to Mara Carr, and who sweeps into the onside. And just a single as Alice Monaghan cleans up. That ends the over. 179 for 5. The Sunrisers are now.
Yeah, Flo Miller still young. She's played 16 matches across the different formats for the Sunrisers. 94 runs, high score of 20, so she can bat, but a lot of pressure on her to get the team up to a decent score. And as I was saying earlier, I think if they get less than 250, they'll feel that they've left some runs out there, particularly after the start they had. Anyway, it's Monaghan to Amara Carr. Plays it out to a deepish backward point, but certainly there is no run available on this occasion. And just 16 runs have come in the last 5 overs. 2 wickets have fallen. And that is played defensively.
Yeah, this is perfect for the Vipers, really. Those wickets have just stemmed the flow of runs, and they can almost get a bit of control back into this innings.
Yeah, the run rate. Sorry, we've had 6 since the 30th over. 160 at that stage. 119 in the last 6 overs. Oh, and that's an attempted dab down to third man that only just avoids getting the nick through to the keeper. It's another dot ball, and Monaghan putting real pressure now on Carr and Miller. And Amara Carr just struggling to get a timing at the moment. As Monaghan is in once again, and that is played, and there's another half a run out chance. In fact, it was brilliant backing up on this occasion from Flo Miller, who was through before the fielder had a chance to get the ball in. It should have been tighter in many ways than it actually turned out to be. It was Abigail Norgrove who got the throw in, but it was good running, particularly by Flo Miller, who now has a strike for the first time against Monaghan. Just faced a couple of balls in her innings so far. Monaghan races in, and that's nicely pushed out into the offside, and they'll take another single, but it's still just the 2 runs off the over so far. There is still a ball left. So 2 right-handers, so that will make life easier as far as the bowlers are concerned. Monaghan just waits for everybody to settle down in the field. Comes in now, short, and it's fetched away, and that is a good shot. And Amara Carr has found the gap, and that will relieve the pressure a bit. He felt for Monaghan, she bowled absolutely beautifully, but that was loose, it was down the leg side, and Amara Carr took full toll. Good shot, and she moves into double figures.
Yep.
And 6 off the over that will help. 185 now for 5 after 37 overs.
Yeah, good boundary there for Amara Carr. Just probably what she needed. Struggling somewhat to get her timing, but a nice ball on the hips just to swivel on and pick up her first boundary.
Elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, Central Sparks 139 for 3 in the 33rd over against Thunder. South East Stars 167 for 6 in the 38th against Northern Diamonds.
Nancy Harmon continues, and outside the off stump, and Flo Miller plays and misses.
Well bowled, and the Blaze 168 for 6 after 38 overs against Western Storm.
Harmon comes in from the river end short this time and pulled hard into the onside, and it's a misfield out there, and that's gone for a boundary.
It's always tough on the fielder, I feel for them in that position, but that did look as if it took a little hop at the death. She got down in exactly the right and the prescribed way, Megan Sturge, to stop that, but it just took a hop at the death. But it never looks good, does it?
No, it
never
doesn't.
Looks good.
It's a horrible place to be, that feeling, and Nancy Harmon has got a good comeback this time, actually slightly fuller this time. No run. But yeah, that feeling when you've misfielded and you have to turn around and then pick up the ball.
Yeah, and the bowler is giving you daggers.
And that's driven down the ground, actually nicely timed from Flo Miller. She picks up a single. 189, 190 for 5 the score now.
Alan McCorkin nicely fielded, keeping them to the 1.
Nancy Harmon bowls nicely into the onside, and he'll pick up a single. Amara Carr. 191 for 5 the score moves on to.
It's good stuff from Nancy Harmon. She suddenly realised there were no fielders there at all, and if she didn't go for the ball, they might even trot back for a couple. So she keeps them down to just the 1.
Yeah, she'll be looking to finish this over and finish it well. She bowls and cuts away by Flo Miller, and that's going to be another single down to Freya Kemp on the deep cover boundary. So 192 for 5 the Sunrisers move. 38 overs gone and 12 remaining.
Yeah, 7 off that over, so they're just beginning to, with the help of the odd boundary and the odd fielding error, just managing to keep the scoreboard moving in the right direction. Flo Miller's 8 from 8. Amara Carr also now quickening up, 14 from 19. So
bowling change at the Hayes first end, returning number 9, Mary Taylor.
So Mary Taylor is brought back into the attack from the Hayes close end, where she is bowled for her entire innings. Oh, and that's down the leg side. They're going for a catch, and it's been given. She's been strangled down the leg side.
I've got a feeling she might be stumped, to be honest.
Oh, is it stumped off the quick? You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It was that guilty look back at the square leg umpire. That's a brilliant piece of work from behind the stumps, though, off the pace bowler to get a stumping. We'll just watch that again. Thank you for spotting that. So it's down the leg side. It would have probably been a wide. She takes the step out. You're absolutely right. Brilliant piece of wicket keeping, but Amara Carr will be disappointed. She's a pretty decent wicket keeper herself. Oh, it wasn't Amara Carr, was it? It was Flo Miller who's gone. Yeah, just took that step, and it was when she made that step, just lost a balance.
Yeah, that was outstanding work from Rihanna Southby. It looks like Mary Taylor was actually going for a catch down the leg side. She was appealing to the standing umpire, and Rihanna Southby was actually appealing for the stumping. So a lot going on, but in the end I think it was the right decision, and she actually did look like she just sort of maybe fell over and just walked out that crease a little bit.
Yeah, just lost her balance, and excellent work, and another wicket falls. 192 now for 6. Partnership of 15 on this occasion. Interesting newcomer to the crease as well. This is Amu Suran Kumar, called up to the senior squad last month at the age of just 16. Played for Middlesex since she was 9 and was awarded her first senior contract this year.
Impressive.
High hopes for her, I know. It's nicely played by Amara Carr.
I'm assuming she'll bowl a bit then, is that correct?
Yeah, well, bats and bowls.
Okay.
So she's batting a bit of a way down in this, but that just stands up a little, and she plays it out nicely. And Taylor has still got a couple of overs left after this. She's been used well by her team so far, and that's punched nicely away by Amara Carr. There certainly probably were 2, but in the end they decided 1 would be enough, and probably wisely. The last thing you want to do is throw away any more wickets. From 115 for 1 to 194 for 6. Haven't really built on that really good start, the Sunrisers, so no more silly wickets, and that's going to go down leg side off the pads. It will be a leg by. And Mary Taylor finishes an excellent over, helped enormously by her wicket-keeper, snaffling that stumping off the sharpish medium pace of Mary Taylor.
Well, I'm surprised that, I guess with the stumping, it was down the leg side. So normally if it's stumped down the leg side and it's not a wicket, I guess, from maybe a nick, I'm not sure if there was a wide that would have been considered.
Yeah, I think unless there'd been the stumping, it had to be a wide.
Yeah. But sometimes it happens when there's so much that goes on in a ball that something might just get missed. And I guess.
And I think the stumping overrides the wide, doesn't it?
I mean, you can get stumped on a wide.
Which is, I think that's probably what. Oh yeah, but we
So
didn't
we didn't see a wide
we
given.
didn't see a wide given. No, you're right. You're right. But it should have. If there's a 1-run victory, they'll be interesting.
The inquest, as Georgia Ellis, who's been the pick of the bowlers so far, returns from the River End, and she's been really good so far, and figures of 2 for 28 of her 7 overs. So Emily Windsor holding her back and knowing that she's got 3 of the last 11 at least, so that's good signs for the Vipers. She bowls to Suran Kumar, who pushes us onto the onside, and they'll scamper through for a single. So good from the young all-rounder. Just to look to rotate the score, as the Sunrisers will now have to, I guess, rethink what they would have thought. I mean, we at one point thought we're looking at over 250. I think 250 will be a good score. Anywhere around that mark. But they'll have to bat well to get to there from here, as Amara Carr pushes us into the onside, and they look for 2 and wisely turn that down. And Freya Kemp looks like she's actually changed sides. She was to the left of us here in the commentary box on the boundary side, and has decided to go across towards the pavilion side. As Georgia Ellis runs in past umpire Amy Clark and bowls, and this is dabbed down into the offside by Suran Kumar for a single, and 198 for 6. The score moves on to Morikar on 16. 10.2 overs remaining of this innings.
Oh, she's considered an all-rounder, right arm medium and a decent bat, so
Irish bowls, and that's wrapped on the pads, and big shout. And umpire Amy Clark says no, and Georgia Elvis has got her head in her hands. She feels that that was mighty close.
yeah, I'd like to look at that one again. Elvis was convinced, wasn't she? Here we go. I don't know what saved her.
Oh, not sure what saved her.
Yeah, it was tight.
Georgia Elvis runs in and bowls to Morikar, who just clips this one into the onside and maybe rather fortuitously survived an LBW shout. Continues on her merry way, and 199 for 6. Now of 40 overs.
Yeah, that was a very tight one. Well, interesting. 56 in the first 10 overs, 52 in the second 10 overs, 52 in the third 10 overs, and 38 in the fourth. A lot of 10 overs, so it really had, the brakes have been applied well by the Vipers, just at the point at which the Sunrisers would have hoped to really accelerate. It would be Mary Taylor to continue. Oh, and again with the umpire, with the wicketkeeper standing up, it's a brilliant take. And for Carr, she'll be relieved that she didn't get a little edge through there. But certainly the keeping of Rihanna Southby has been impressive. Taylor is in again, and that's just helped round the corner. It will only be a single though, as the ever-willing Freya Kemp does the fielding for another single. Suren Kumar will be on strike. Taylor is in, and that's nicely played. There might be a couple if they go quickly. Yeah, Suren Kumar wants it, does go quickly. In the end, the fielder wasn't quite sure which end to throw it to. Ended up throwing it somewhere in the middle. So
it's good running though.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, she seems to have come out and shown some good intent and run hard between the wickets, which is always good.
But played sensible shots as well, which is what you need at this time. Again, tries to swing across the line. I think might have been a little bit of a bat involved in that. Certainly Mary Taylor doesn't look as upset as Elwis did in the last over with the LBW shout being turned down. And when we watch the replays, we could understand why Georgia Elwis might have been a little bit miffed. That again is going down the leg side. It's decent pace though, and that's what Suren Kumar was surprised by, trying to flick the ball away onto the leg side, and it was on her before she could play the shot really. And this is the 9th over? Yeah, the 9th over for Mary Taylor, and that is just not really middled but played out just backward a square. They go through for a single. There's just 4 runs from that over. 203 now for 6, the Sunrisers. Still with that outside chance of a 250, but they're going to have to go very well indeed if they're to get there, and then you feel they will be able to put a bit of pressure on the Vipers, but the Vipers have fought back really well in this innings.
It's the boundaries that have dried up, isn't it, Guy?
Yeah.
There's a point where they were scoring boundaries quite freely. Vipers have just managed to stem that flow and managed to get some control back into this. As Georgia Elwis comes in for her 9th over, bowls, and this is pushed into the onside by Suren Kumar for no run.
In the Ashes Test, Johnny Bairstow has been run out for 10, England are now 205 for 6, still 165 runs behind. Ben Stokes 72 not out.
It's Georgia Ellis bowls and no run again. Another dot ball. Guess there'll be hope as long as Ben Stokes is at the crease.
Yes, the dream of Headingley will carry on until he's out. 4 years ago when his century somehow got England over the line, but I think this one's a rather bigger, harder ask.
Definitely. Elvis bowls and down the leg side, and they scamper through for a single. For a leg by, it will be signalled by Amy Clark.
It really has been a magnificent spell by Elvis. Again, you mentioned it earlier, but her first over went for 14. So she's now bowled 7.5 overs for 18.
Yeah, she's been outstanding. As Mara Carl clips this one into the onside and gone for the aerial route. And they'll just trot through for another single, so some signs of aggression, but yep, Georgia Ellis, as you mentioned, has been outstanding, and I think that international quality and that class that we know that she's got, just such a stable and solid performer for this Vipers side. This fine leg is being pushed back again. So Elvis runs in from the river end and bowls to Ame Surankumar, who pushes this into the offside, and nice and tight the fielders in that cover ring.
Yeah, no, the fielding's picked up a notch. It's funny, isn't it, when you can feel your bowlers are really putting the batters under some pressure, you then know that your game needs to be picked up too, and just keep that all-round pressure going.
Definitely is. Surankumar pushes us into the offside. They're going to have to scramble another single, and they get through safely in the end. So that ends in the other over. 206 for 6.
Now Amara Carr is very quick between the wickets and just as well, but just another 3 runs from that Elvis over. One of those was a leg by. It's terrific bowling. 2 for 34 from 9. Certainly the Sunrisers will be hoping that she is bowled out in a moment, so you can see what's happening at the other end. So it will be Mary Taylor to continue, and I think is this her last over, or has she got one more? I think she has one. I think this will be her last over. Oh no, she's not going to take it. She is putting her cap back on. We're going to go back to spin so they can keep one over of Mary Taylor up their sleeves.
Change of bowling.
The Vipers.
The first returning is Megan Sturge.
So Megan Sturge comes back into the attack. Surankumar getting ready to face. Cuts that away nicely, but yet again that sweeper out on the deep cover boundary ensures a decent shot, only gets the 1 run. Nice fielding from Ella McCorkin out there. She is now keeping guard over 1 boundary. That's got air, and it's fetched and picked up, but is just short of Freya Kemp. And then there was half a chance of a run out. There's been all sorts of collisions going on between effectively the 2 wicket keepers, because that's Amara Carr's position for the Sunrisers. Nice to see that they give each other a little bit of a hug and a pat and make sure they're all right. Good spirit. But an entertaining period of play. It's a good shot. Very nearly the catch. Very nearly the run out. And a bit of a argy-bargy, and that is swept away by Amara Carr perfectly safely, because there's some big open spaces, and it is a very long boundary.
It is.
For the right-handers playing to the leg side when the bowlers are bowling from the Hayes close end. So Sturge into Surankumar, who plays that nicely, just dabs it round the corner on the sweep. Only a single though this time.
Yep.
At least these two are keeping the scoreboard clicking over. The boundaries may not be forthcoming, but the scoreboard is moving. This time Amara Carr swings this away. This might get... No, it's stopped again. Bit of a juggle though, so they will go through for 2 before eventually Freya Kemp got the ball under control. So 2 more to the total. Amara Carr is beginning to bat nicely.
She has found a groove. Started slowly.
Short. Oh, and that's the end of Amara Carr as the commentator's curse strikes. And that is a wicket for Sturge, her first. She'll remember that for a very long time. She looks absolutely delighted, and why wouldn't you? She's picked up her first wicket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint competition. Ball cut in a long way. It might have been helped by a little bit of under edge of the bat as well, but there was turn for Sturge there. So we just watch this one again. And there was a little under edge. The ball turned. You've got to give the bowler credit. Got a little help as well from Amara Carr, who gets a little under edge. And she is the latest batter to go. The score 213 now for 7. And she will be missed because she was just beginning to play really nicely, Amara Carr. But she goes for 24 from 34 balls and just the 1 boundary.
Yeah, big wicket. Again, as a partnership starts to develop, the Vipers seem to just keep chipping away. So 2-1-3 for 7, they'll be pleased with that, and they want to potentially wrap this up as quickly as they can, really.
Yeah, partnership of 21 with Amu Surin Kumar, who will now be facing the deeply impressive Georgia Elwys. Must be coming to the end of her 10-over stint. I think this may be.
Yes, this will be her second last, I guess. No, this will be her last as she bowls and pushed into the offside, and just a single. 2 for 34 her figures are, so the Sunrisers will be pleased to see her finish up. Still another 6 overs to, I guess, find for Emily Windsor, which is the juggle as a captain, especially when you're, I guess, you know, your frontline bowlers has bowled so well. You almost want them to have an extra over somewhere. She goes down the leg side and not given wide.
I don't quite get why that one wasn't a wide.
No.
Quite surprised by that call.
Yeah. Maybe it was just redemption for the LBW shout from earlier. Always runs in and bowls, and this is driven by Kelly Castle for a thickish outside edge down to third man, and they trot through for another single.
Yeah, with no slips in, it's a safe shot. And Kelly Castle, who was until recently the captain of the Sunrisers until Danae van Niekerk took over.
It's Georgia Elwys bowls to Surin Kumar, who pulls into the onside nicely, and just a single.
Yeah, it's good. The ball was never quite going to reach McCawhon in the deep, but she did really nicely to make sure she stopped it properly, and then the throw was excellent. There was never any more than a single there.
It's definitely good work. As Elwys continues, just the 3 dots, the 3 runs off this over. Back of a length this time, and pushed into the offside, and no run. Some more good work from Georgia Elwys. Figures of 2 for 37. 2 big wickets in there as well.
Yep. Crucial times too.
She runs in and bowls, and That's a big shout this time, and that is given.
Yeah.
So definitely another wicket for Georgia Elwes, and her last delivery, and she picks up Kelly Castle, who's plumb in front. 3 for 37 her figures now of her turnovers. Outstanding bowling, really.
Oh, and that is absolutely plumb. Got the ball to straighten. It wasn't high. It was another very good delivery. So the score now 216 for 8. And a partnership of just 3 on this occasion. Amo Suran Kumar is still there, and she's played nicely for her 11, but she's running out of partners. And again, we say
coming back up, number 88, Esme McGregor.
it's another of the newcomers as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. Esme McGregor, decent right arm medium bowler from Colchester, but a lot now riding on her shoulders, and 115 for 1 has become 216 for 8. So it's been a tough little spell since the first 3 got going.
You did mention that, though, didn't you, that the Sunrisers do seem to struggle, I guess, once they've built the platform, to actually make use of the platform, and that platform was a really good one that was set.
Yeah. Well, this time there is a wide down the leg side. Suran Kumar has impressed since she came in. In difficult circumstances, she's seen wickets fall around her. She continues to chip away. Interesting to see how Esme McGregor gets on. Nicely round the corner. There's a fielder there, but Suran Kumar up to it, took on the arm. The throw was a little bit on the wild side, and a well-judged single in the end for Suran Kumar, who helps get McGregor off the mark and gets the strike back herself, and that's a really good shot. She has just swept that away for 4. Absolutely nailed it, and managed to avoid the fielders set out for just that shot. So talented stuff so far for Suran Kumar, and I think that's the first boundary.
Yeah, it is. That was really good, actually. I was interested to see how she's going to sort of play from now on in, really, as she's batting, I guess, with the bowlers, really. So she might have to try and be a bit more aggressive, and that was a good shot.
Oh, and she's a bit lucky to get away with that. And then there was a bit of shall we, shan't we on the run. In the end, nothing happened. There is no run, there is no wicket. It's a dot ball. Good battle though, this. That's nicely slapped up to mid-off for nothing. Mary Taylor is there. It's almost hit it too well.
She has. Yeah, she struck that nicely.
And that is nicely bowled. So a good comeback as well from the bowler Sturge. After a wide and a 4, just the 7 runs from the over. 223 now for 8. Suran Kumar was impressed with her 16 so far. Esme McGregor, well, can she keep Suran Kumar company, and can they just edge a few more runs in the final 5 overs?
Yep. I feel like every run is going to be crucial in this. Especially when you've had a good start. It's maybe slightly disappointing to not end up where you need to end up, or where you thought you'd end up, but
Returning at the river end, number 9, Mary Taylor.
I think runs on the board will be important, as Mary Taylor comes from the river end from, I think, for the first time
This is
today.
the first
really.
time, yeah.
Yeah. She's bowled well so far, actually. She'll be looking to finish well. She bowls and then a single is taken by Ellie McGregor.
Well, if Esme can continue just to keep giving Surin Kumar the strike, that will be quite a plus at the moment. But an awful lot riding on the shoulders of two inexperienced players, as we mentioned. Amu Surin Kumar is just 16.
Yeah, it's short and wide, and that's cut in, and there's a chance of a run out here, and they scamper through and manage to make it through. Good work there from Rihanna Southby, who's actually been really tidy with the gloves.
She has. She's kept really nicely, and she realised that the ball was a little bit wild on the throw-in, so it wasn't worth trying to do the run-out, but just stop the extra overthrows.
It's Taylor bowls, and Esme McGregor just defends us into the onside for no run. 225 for 8. The Sunrisers have been 115 for 1 at one point. So good comeback from the Vipers. Managed to pick up wickets at regular intervals to stem the flow of runs. Be keen to finish well, really, as that's wide, and that's edged through to the keeper, and that's another wicket.
It's tough.
So it was short and wide and probably not really deserving of a wicket, but Esme McGregor's somehow managed to edge that. And again, we spoke about the good work that Rihanna Southby's done, and that's a good catch from her. Standing up to the stumps, 225 for 9 now the score moves to.
Yeah, it's one of those frustrating ones for the batter, isn't it? It's wide and you can barely reach it. And if you left it, it could have possibly been given a wide, but you feel that you've got to try and hit a short, wide, horrid thing. And, well, it's a wicket for Mary Taylor she probably deserves, but not with that particular delivery, I don't think would be the fair description.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Caught by Rihanna Southby off the ball of Mary Taylor for 2. And incoming batter, number 11, Kate Kopak.
So just the one wicket left for the Vipers to get to try and wrap this up, and on a Sunrisers perspective they're going to try and eke out as many runs as they possibly can and maybe give Surin Kumar as much of a strike as possible.
Well, I suppose if you're the Sunrisers, you'll take heart from the fact that Kate Kopak has scored 6 not out, 16 and 11 not out so far in this competition, so has an average of 33.
Oh, that's good. They could
Joy
do
of maths. That would be handy now. Well, even if she just got the 16, that would be of enormous help at the moment.
Definitely. She pulls this one into the onside quite nicely to get herself underway, so good stop from her. She trots through for a single. 226 for 9. Mary Taylor, one ball away from her 10 overs. Has bowled really well today.
She has. She was given the responsibility first up.
She finishes with a dot ball as Surin Kumar just tries to pull this one, and back to Mary Taylor. So ends with figures of 2 for 39 off her 10. 226 for 9 Sunrisers.
No, that's very well bowled. Very well bowled by Taylor. 2 for 39. She's just been steady. She's stem bleeding when required. Taken a couple of wickets as well. And has left the Sunrisers now really up against it. Just the one wicket left. You almost feel that the best thing they could do is not lose the wicket and just get as many singles as they can. If they can score at 4 and over from here, they get up to 242.
Yeah.
Kate Kopak manages to just stretch far enough outside off stump to almost sweep it up to mid-on, but they can take a very easy single. Sturge continuing in her 9th over. Air. Oh, and that's going to go, it's a wide, and it could well go all the way to the boundary. Fielder is after it. And that's a terrific stop. It really is, but they can run quite a lot, so it will be 4 wides because they ran 3.
Yeah, that was good fielding there. I'm not sure who that was actually down here in front of us, but
No, we rather lost it from our commentary.
we did.
position. That's down the leg side as well, and suddenly Sturge, who's bowled nicely, just getting a little bit loose, and understandably it's her first proper bowl in this competition. That's a better delivery. And it's just turned into the leg side, and there is no run. The score now up to 232. Full toss, driven nicely up to long on, just for the 1. It's turned into a full toss, really. Give the batter a little bit of credit. And certainly Kate Kopak has looked pretty steady since she came in, alongside Amu Suryankumar. Suryankumar rocks back but can't get the ball away as square as she'd like, and it ends up going to mid-off rather than backward a square. There's various fielders diving over the ball, but there was Mary Taylor there to sweep up. Again looks to rock back, does place the ball better this time. The fielder on that cover boundary comes in and keeps them down to just the 1. But singles are okay. When you're 9 wickets down, singles are good. That's just helped round the corner by Kopak. And I go through for another one of those nice singles if you're a Sunrisers fan. And the score is 235 for 9 after 37. 9 runs from that over, which has made a difference. And they've still got that outside chance of the 250. 15 runs away with just the 1 wicket in hand, but just keep dabbing away.
Yeah, that's it. Any runs on the board are important. As many as you can get. Obviously, having the runs on the board is always a good thing.
Number 25, Nancy Harmon.
Then asking the fielding side to go out and get them. Nancy Harmon will be bowling for her maybe 3rd or 4th over of the day from the river end, and she starts with a wide ball and that's slapped through the offside, and that will be a boundary. That will be a boundary for Kate Kopak. So really good. Those singles that they were getting earlier and now managing to pick up a boundary as well.
Yeah, it's good, but that is good batting. She's a handy player to come in at number 11. This is Nancy Harmon's 4th over.
Yeah. Probably hasn't bowled as well today as she normally does. That's short again, and short and wide, and this time it could be a run out. Could there be a run out?
Oh, did she get back?
Yeah, she managed to get back.
Whew, that was tight.
That was tight.
Everything was a bit slow motion at the end there. I thought that she hadn't quite managed to make it, but there might have even been a single there, but it wasn't her call, so...
No. I think she's keen to try and get herself on strike. Nancy Harmon bowls, and this is short and wide again as well. This is cut and this is through. And this will be another boundary. So 2 boundaries in this over. Nancy Harmon struggling to find her length and her line, really.
It's turning out to be a very big over for the Sunrisers.
Yeah.
We were talking about doing it in singles, but Kate Kopak's now cut away a couple for boundaries.
As Harmon comes in from the river end, and this is short again, and this is pulled into the onside for a single. I guess this is the issue for Emily Windsor, trying to juggle your bowlers, and ideally she probably wouldn't really want to be bowling Nancy Harmon at this point of the innings, given the way that she's bowled so far this innings. She comes in and short and wide and pulled down to long on. Ella McCacken in front of us here does the fielding.
Yes, it's it's doing the pros and cons, isn't it? You're down to the last wickets, and you've used your other big bowlers to take those wickets. Oh,
So playing a miss there from Kate Kopak. Potential stumping, but not out, and that ends the over. 245 for 9.
yeah, big over, 10 runs from it, and 19 off the last 2 overs. And that has helped enormously the Sunrisers' cause. They don't manage to run themselves out. Suren Kumar, very impressive, and Kate Kopak, 13 from 10. And continuing her good form in this competition. She's batting 11, but she's batted well in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It will be Sturge to continue, and that's just flicked away for a single by Suren Kumar.
She might have to have a word with the coaching staff if she keeps batting this well and they keep putting her number 11.
Well, maybe she likes batting 11. Maybe the
Maybe.
pressure's off. Full toss is actually nicely played in the end because she kept it on the ground. It would have been easy to have eyes light up and smacked it in the air and given an opportunity, but that's not occurred. Prize, catch it! Oh, and in fact pushes it over the boundary, tips it over the bar for 4, and that is tough on the fielder. You feel for Alice Monaghan out there.
Yeah, we spoke about how big that boundary is out there, and that was actually, she got quite a good piece of that, really. Maybe caught Alice Monaghan by surprise.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we've seen a boundary out on that far distant one, and that's just under-edged to short third, and they go through for a single, and the 250 is up, which looked an awful long way away when it was 225 for 9. Oh, and somehow that stays out. It was lovely length from Sturge, and it was the attempted big swing, but luckily for Kopak it hit a boot and didn't hit the stumps. And that is an under edge. They go through for, in the end, a pretty comfortable single, but another moral victory as far as Sturge is concerned. It ended up with the slightly expensive figures of 1 for 67 from her 10 overs, and you feel for her a bit because she doesn't seem to have bowled that badly.
No. Yeah, again, bowling at this time of the innings as a spin bowler is always going to be a bit of an ask, and you know what the batters are going to be trying to do. They're going to be trying to take you on. So, I mean, she's bowled, like you say, Guy. She bowled reasonably well. Unfortunately, managed maybe to leak a few boundaries here and there, which makes those figures look slightly worse.
Kate Kopak, though, enjoying herself at the moment.
She is, and it looks like it will be Alice Monaghan to bowl from this
The final over.
final over from the river end. She'll be bowling to the inform Kate Kopak. She's down the wicket and pushes us into the offside. There's a chance of a run out, but no, again, that's good running, and they're going to scramble through for a second run. So good work there from Suren Kumar and Kopak.
Kopak is now just 2 runs shy of her highest ever score for the Sunrisers, which was 19. The Peruvian international, which is something we don't say terribly often, has represented Peru in the South American Women's Championships back in 2018.
Not sure what's just happened here, because it looks like they came back for us.
I thought they got a second.
I thought they got a second, but maybe
Have they been called a dead ball, or?
I'm not sure if the ball hit Suren Kumar in this way. I'm
okay.
not sure, but it looks like yeah, she's on strike now anyway. and she goes high in there, and this could be out and should be out. And Rihanna Southby takes a catch, and
I'm not quite sure why she played that shot. A few singles there would have been way more useful than trying to hit it, but then when you're 16, you think you can take on the world, and she scored 25 on her debut, having only just signed a contract this week, so she's still done really well. And she and Kopak have got them over the magic 250 mark.
yeah, we thought that we did say that 250 was probably the score that they're going to be looking at, so they'll be reasonably happy, I think, with that. We know that runs on the board are always important, so it's now over to the Vipers to see if they can chase this down.
Yeah, 29 runs for that 10th wicket, and that's made a big difference. It's a wicket for Monaghan as well, 1 for 36 in her 6th over. There we are with the scorecard coming up on our TV screens, and Grucock's wonderful innings of 76 really held things together. Lots of other batters made a start. McLeod 22, Griffith 29, Carr 24, and Suran Kumar really did well, the 16-year-old on debut, to just make sure she and Kate Kopak could nudge the team over the 250 mark. I'm not quite sure 254 was enough on this wicket, but it is certainly a total that will take some getting. If you're scoring it over 5 and over, it's an ask. We go through the figures of the bowlers, and Elwis's figures stood out. 3 for 37 from her 10 overs, she was magnificent. Lee 2 for 43 from her 10, she bowled well. And Taylor 2 for 39, also most impressive. But good starts to their careers for the likes of Lee and Sturge, who took her wicket as well, 1 for 67. But here at the Cloud County Ground, we've enjoyed our first 50 overs of this match. Stanley and Marissa will be joining me again, Guy Swindles, for the reply to see whether we can see if the Vipers can chase down the 255 they need for victory in this latest round. And do you have who would you make favourites at the moment, Stanley?
I think it will be pretty even, to be honest, Guy. I think the Sunrisers will be happy with the score, probably not as happy as they should be with the start that they got. And I think the Vipers as well will probably be happy with the total, really, from where they were at one point. So I think, yeah, they're going to have to bat well, that's for sure.
Well, you'll find out how they get on in half an hour's time. Play is due to start again at 2 p.m. and we'll be back just before then to set up the second innings in this match, where after the Sunrisers are all out for 254 after 49.2 overs, the Vipers will require 255 for victory. There is a presentation going out on the pitch at the moment. Looks as if a cheque is being handed over. What supporters player of the competition? Charles Edwards Cup. So we're coming up to the second over. You're listening to us on BBC London, BBC Solent, on the BBC website and BBC Sounds, and delighted to say that the Sunrisers' Joe Gardner has joined us. Can't play because we've just been talking about her injury. As that is played out into the covers, there is no run. A little bit of a wild throw, so there is a run. Probably not the greatest piece of fielding from Jodie Grucock, who batted well, so she'll be forgiven for that one run. And Joe, welcome along to the coverage here. How are you doing?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm getting there. Decent way along my recovery from my hand injury. So yeah, hopefully get it re-x-rayed in the week, and then I'll be back training and getting back on the pitch as soon as possible, pretty much.
Well, we've just seen the last delivery from Esme McGregor beat the prod outside off stump. Another one of the young players in for this competition. She comes in again. This is played defensively out into the covers, no run. There seem to be quite a lot of young players breaking through at the moment for the Sunrisers.
Yeah, absolutely. And she made her debut down in Hove against the Vipers in our final game of the Charlotte Edwards Cup competition, and did really well down there. Picked up a couple of wickets on her debut, so yeah, absolutely deserved her chance in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
And again she goes past the outside edge. This really is an excellent spell of bowling. And at the moment, Ella McCulkin just remarking her guard and getting herself ready to face another one of these deliveries. She's surviving though at the moment. As once again, it's a nice drive on this occasion. It's beaten the ring of fielders, and that will go through for four. Just over pitching ever so slightly. And McCoffin was in it like lightning, and that is the first boundary of the innings so far. So what's the prognosis, Joe? How long are you going to be out for? Are you mending quickly?
Yeah, so it's all looking positive at the moment. Hoping end of July is the timeline that we're thinking. There's a couple of games in the same weekend at the end of July. I think it's against Sparks and Storm or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but I'm hoping to be back for at least one of those games, with all being well with my appointment on Wednesday. So yeah,
it's nicely cut away on this occasion. There is a fielder out at third man who can ensure that there are no further boundaries, but after a really good start to that over for Esme McGregor, we saw her beat the outside edge on a couple of occasions. She bounced, we saw the batter bounce back well, Ella McCoffin, and score 5 off the last. So after the 2 overs, 6 without loss, chasing that 255 at the moment are the Vipers. So what's the mood in the camp like coming into this one, and then also after that first innings?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a little bit of a break since our last game, which was that Charlotte Edwards Cup game down at Hove. So we've had a bit of time to kind of refresh and, I guess, use this next block of fixtures in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy to, I guess, just almost kickstart our season a little bit more, and hopefully get a few wins on the board and move our way up the table more than anything, and just use it as a nice kind of building block of momentum. Obviously good that we've got our international Danae van Niekerk able to play for us in this competition, as well as the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So yeah, it's decent total on the board.
1 run off that first ball, and there's a big LBW shout, but not that big an LBW shout. No one looks terribly disappointed. It got turned down, but that was a bit of a roller coaster, the Sunrisers innings. It looks as if you're heading for a massive total, then got pegged back, and then managed to get over the 250 mark.
Yeah, Cordelia Griffith and Jodie Grucock built a really nice partnership kind of at the front end, and yeah, it felt like we had a decent platform, but probably didn't quite manage to accelerate in the way that the girls would have been speaking about, I'm sure. Lost a few wickets, kind of building towards the back end, but then the partnership between Amu, who's on debut, and Kate Kopak, as she's so often done for us, batting at 10 or 11 throughout the course of the season, got us up to 255, which should be competitive.
That's a nice delivery. Well played from Kate Kopak, and that's just played back to the bowler. There is no run, nor Grove on strike. And what are the hopes now? Which bowlers are you looking at to take command of this situation now?
Yeah, Coppy's done really well for us up front. I'd say her ability to swing the ball makes her a threat. And then you've got, obviously Kell in the middle overs. She often picks up wickets here at Chelmsford as well. And obviously Maddie Villiers returning to the side to from England duty. She'll be looking to pick up a few wickets as well, I would imagine.
Well, at the moment it is Kate Kopak bowling nicely too from the river end. And I think her average with the bat is now somewhere near 50 because she's only been out once in this competition. And batted really well this morning, as she has, and that's a good way to finish the over as well with a dot ball. So a steady rather than spectacular start so far for the Vipers. I'm going to let Stanley have a go because he's been very patient as we've been chatting away, and we'll chat with Joe Gardner again in an over.
Perfect. So who's we've got? Ismail McGregor will continue from the city end, and she bowls to Abby Norgrove, who pushes us into the onside. Excellent. They pick up a single, and the score moves on to 8 for none off the 3.1 overs. Vipers slightly slower start so far, but it's been pretty tight bowling from the Sunrisers. 2 slips in place, and again through to Amara Carr. Ella McCacken leaving that one alone, so really good start from the Sunrisers so far. Just exactly what they would have needed after posting a very good total. Vipers will be keen to know that, or keen to have a good solid start. Slightly wider this time and through to the keeper. Low to Marokar, and the pitch maybe showing signs of starting to keep a little bit low. We saw some of that happening in the first innings, but throughout, especially with the newer ball, the pitch did play true, and batters were able to play through the line quite nicely. Short wide, and this is cut away, and that's really good fielding actually. Looks like it is Jodie Grucock who's flung herself to her right and gets a few low fives from the surrounding fielders. That was really impressive work. Helped a bowler out. That was short and wide and cut away viciously actually, and really good fielding, and saved the team 4 runs. Sarah McCacken faces up and drives down the ground and hard. Maybe might not have got all of it, but we know how aggressive a player she is, and she picks up a couple of runs, and the score moves on to 11 for none. Vipers will be keen for Ellen McCacken to hopefully get them off to a flying start. She's done it quite a few times this season, showing some good form. Edge that, and that looks like it might have been a drop. It's a slight outside edge that Marokar diving to her right. That looks like it was a chance. A tough chance though. Very low to her right. And that ends the over, so things happening. We see that. She had to go for that because it doesn't look like it would have carried to first slip. but she might have just been. She's standing quite close, so it was a thick edge and it went quickly and down from Amara Carr.
Yeah, it was a tricky chance, wasn't it? I think probably just got caught in that bit of webbing between the thumb and the kind of index finger, I would imagine. But yeah, she's quite close because it doesn't look like it was getting too much carry. So yeah, always going to be a tricky opportunity.
And this is helped round the corner. It's a decent shot, but there is someone out in the deep, so it will just be a couple. But certainly looking to attack at every opportunity. McCocken, 13 now from just 19 deliveries faced. Kate Kopak's been incredibly tidy, just conceded. That's only the second and third run that she has conceded, and this is the beginning of her third over. And I think Stanley was absolutely right. That did not look as if it was going to carry to slip.
No, absolutely would have definitely bounced before it would have reached Lissy McLeod at first slip. So for sure, Amara's chance, but a tough one considering how close she had to stand to almost make it carry. I guess took a decent deflection off McCacken's bat. But yeah, they'll be hoping that McCacken doesn't get too many more, I'd imagine.
Well, certainly it was interesting earlier, wasn't it, that Jodie Drewcock was put down, I think, on 37 and made sure she used that life.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those, isn't it? When you get dropped as a batter and you're in, you really have to say to yourself and be like, right, I've got to take advantage. It's my day today, isn't it? So, yeah, but no, hopefully the girls will be able to create another chance and get her out.
And that's quite a long way down the leg side, and I don't think that the umpire had any option there but to give that a wide. First loose delivery we've really seen from Kate Kopak. Bowled very nicely indeed so far. She has been such a presence in this competition so far with bat and ball, because I think she's taken 6-7 wickets as well so far in the early parts of this competition. This time it is just the forward defensive shot that McCocken is forced into. She remains on 13, the score remains on 15. We've had that one difficult chance so far to Amara Carr. The rest of the bowling has been very tidy. Once more, this is just straying onto the leg stump. It's flicked round the corner. Fielder in the deep can pick it up though, Flo Miller, and keep them just down to a single, which will bring Norgrove on strike. Abigail Norgrove, one of the young players just coming into the Vipers squad, and that's helped round the corner down the leg side. Terrific piece of fielding to keep them down to 2. That was wonderful from Flo Miller, who had a great deal of ground to cover to get round to the ball, and then the throw was a good one, but couldn't stop them taking 2. Kate Kopak's over eventually goes for 6. She's bowled her 3 overs so far for just 7, and the score goes up to 18 without loss. So, Joe, what are the hopes for the rest of the season as far as the Sunrisers are concerned?
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned earlier, just try and utilise this block of 5 games that we've got in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and make our way up the table as best we can, and then there's a bit of a break for the 100 in August, and then I guess just bring some momentum back and we get to almost go again in September. Yes.
That is bold. Ella McCacken played around that one, and that's the first wicket.
Big one too, and that is Esme McGregor, who saw the drop catch in that last over, and well, a little bit unlucky the batter on that occasion. that inside edge taking off leg bail.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. We know how good Ella McCacken is in terms of getting the scoring rate going.
But you and I, Stanley, we talked about that kind of slightly higher risk shot, that trying to play that late cut when you're a bit cramped for room. You can get yourself in bother, and while that was unlucky to get that inside edge onto the bail, it's still a high risk strategy.
It is, and particularly on these sort of wickets where they're starting to keep low, trying to play any cross-batted shots is always a dangerous option. So we did see that earlier on in the first innings with the dismissal of Daneva Nierkek. She tried to play that sort of dab shot, but that's a big wicket for the Sunrisers. 18 for 1, the Vipers now, and it brings captain Emily Windsor to the crease, and she is met with a slightly tricky ball, and that's into the onside for a dot ball. So lots of work to do. We know Emily Windsor thrives on, I guess, the tougher situations. She always seems to be there or thereabouts when the situations get hard, but she's going to have to work hard today, but she's fresh off some runs actually in the warm-up game. Scored a 60 odd for the Vipers against the Southeast Stars, and they're going to need all of those runs today from her. She pushes this on into the onside, and Esme McGregor is settling into a good groove here. So this is pretty tidy stuff so far from the Sunrisers opening bowlers.
Joe, are you impressed with the way that the youngsters are knocking on the door these days at the club?
Absolutely. You want competition for place in the starting 11. Like, that's just professional sport, isn't it? You want people kind of knocking on the door and stepping up and taking the opportunities when they get handed them. And obviously we saw Amu on debut in the previous innings, obviously scoring 25 I think in her first senior match. So I think she's 16 still, so she's fresh off her GCSEs. So to come out and bat at Chelmsford at first class ground against a very good team in the Vipers was brilliant. Yeah.
Sorry, that was a glorious cover drive, and both poor Stanley, who's having to cope with all sorts of chaos in the commentary box at the moment, we looked at each other a bit like two people looking on a fielding out on the ropes going, whose ball's that then, or two slips. Anyway, it was a glorious cover drive. It's 4, and a good way for the skipper to get off the mark.
Yeah, good from Emily Windsor. Just what's needed really, and she goes again and drives, and this one is dabbed into down to third man. There is protection down there, so they can scamper through for a single. She moves on to 5. The score moves on to 23 for 1 in pursuit of this 255 target that they've been set. Like we mentioned, they're going to have to work really hard to get these runs. Slight change of field, and Daneva Nierkek has put herself into second slip. And this one is let go by Abby Norgrove, and that's unscathed. So the score moves on to 23 for 1. It will be Kate Kopeck to continue from the river end.
Okay, no, it is quiet, I can see. Okay, cheers.
Kate Kopeck will continue from the river end, and she'll be bowling to captain Emily Windsor. She goes short, actually, the first slightly shorter delivery we've seen, just testing out the pace in this pitch, and Emily Windsor lets that one go through to keeper Amara Carr. 23 for 1. 6 overs into this innings. Just the 1 wicket to fall of Ella McCacken so far. Bowled with the bowling of Esme McGregor. This is pushed into the offside for no run. So pretty tidy stuff from the Sunrisers so far. They'll be happy with this start. 23 for 1. Run rate of 3.63. So decent control there, and if they can chip away and pick up wickets, they should make this a tough task for the Vipers. Back of a length again and into the offside from Emily Windsor.
Sorry about all that, team listening. We were just juggling our microphones, one of which is very loud and one of which is very quiet, we have just discovered. So we will be swapping microphones in a minute because I have a way louder voice than anybody else. But we're just seeing another excellent over from Kate Kopak. And Jo Gardner, we talked about several of the players, but one person we haven't mentioned really is Dani van Niekerk. What does she bring to the team?
Well, her kind of international record and prowess speaks for itself. Kind of captain of South Africa for the best part of 14 years, I think, or at least 10 of them. So, plenty of international experience. Obviously, big game player, won the 100 a couple of times with the Oval Invincibles, and I was lucky enough to be part of her kind of captaincy reign in the first year there. And just a wealth of experience and kind of that cool, composed head that you want when you're out there in the heat of the battle making decisions. I guess we've only really touched on like her leadership skills there, but she's a brilliant batter. Didn't get to see the best of her today, but scored a magnificent 100 in the week in our warm-up game against Central Spark. So we know her skill set. Hopefully we'll get to see her bowl a little bit of her leg spin as well at some point in this kind of next block of 5 games.
We look forward to that. Well, Jo, it falls safe. The ball was chipped between 2 fielders. In fact, it did fall safe. There wasn't a chance. But it was uppish, and Kate Kopak did force the false shot. That will be the end of her 4th over, and she's got the figures of none for 9, and she's bowled absolutely beautifully in a total of 25 for 1 after 7. But Jo Gardner, thanks so much for coming up. We'll free you from the commentary box now and let you go back to the team. But thank you very much for dropping in. And our thanks very much there to Jo Gardner. I think we've got Stanley Marissa back on the loud microphone now, so I think we'll be able to hear him properly. That was the message I was getting through. I'd football Stanley on the wrong mic. Keep going. Now they'll hear you. It's played on the up, but played quite nicely out into the covers. There is no run. Esme McGregor continuing this excellent opening spell. In fact, both of the 2 Sunrisers pace bowlers at the beginning of this innings have bowled beautifully so far. I've now got you too loud, of course. That should have sorted it out by now. We should have been much. Has that gone down as well? It's another chance, and that would have carried through to first slip. So it's a second drop for Amara Carr, and a second drop off the bowling of Esme McGregor. It's tough, as that was a flash outside the off stump. She had to go for it, and she's very nearly clung onto it, but it would have carried through to Lizzie McLeod at first slip.
Yeah, it looks like she actually did. She caught it.
Yeah, and then it kind of came out as she was landing with it.
It's a tough chance again, but it's one of those ones, once you go for it, you have to go for it. You can't not.
I feel for Esme McGregor, though. She could have had 3 wickets by now. Been a good over, though. 5 dots so far. And it will stay as a maiden. So not a wicket maiden, but a maiden nonetheless. 25 for 1 now, the Vipers, after 8 overs. Struggling a bit to get going.
Yeah, definitely the Sunrisers have come out and they've hit some really good areas actually and managed to make things tough. Very tough for the Vipers, but the Vipers will be well aware that if they can just hang in there. I think we saw it from the Sunrisers innings that if you give yourself enough time, there's still a lot of overs to be batted. So there's no real rush, but you also want to just make sure that you are taking advantage of this power play, and if you can find the boundary, then it's definitely important. So it will be Kate Kopak to continue from this to the river end. She's bowled well so far. She'll be bowling to Captain Emily Windsor, who cuts into the offside and no run. Fresh off 60 odd not out during the week, so she'll be in some decent form. But we know that with the players missing on international duty, the Vipers batting is somewhat not depleted, but they're going to struggle to. Oh, let's cut into the offside, and good work there from Cordelia Griffith. Oh, sorry, Amu, the youngster. So batted well and now throwing herself about in the field.
I have to say the Sunrisers fielding has been really excellent so far.
Yep, they've definitely started well and they've come out all guns blazing really. It's Windsor drives and drives beautifully. That will be 4. Save your legs. That's outstanding batting from Emily Windsor. Slightly fuller of length from Kate Kopak, and she's just lent into that beautifully.
It was only fractionally over pitched and she was on it so quickly. Lovely, lovely shot.
Yeah, that raced away and just shows again the trueness of this pitch. I guess if you can get in, there's definitely runs to be had. The field looks like it's quickened up as well. Kopak bowls and pulls the length back this time, and this is now driven to the offside, so no run there. .29 for 1 the score now in pursuit of this 255 target. Tight offside field set. You can definitely see what the plan is, just to hang the ball outside there and make sure that there's no freebies, and that's into the pads of Emily Windsor. Half a peel from Kate Kopak. No harm done there for the Vipers captain. Standing captain, we know Georgia Adams is usually in control here, but she's away with England A at the moment. They'll be playing today, I think, actually. It's Kopak. It looks like a slightly slower ball. And that's pushed into the onside to end the over. So 29 for 1 after 9 overs.
It was a very nice slower ball, nicely disguised. It was well dug out in the end by Norgrove, but Windsor has started very brightly since she came to the crease, but it might be that those missed chances come back to bite. Sunrisers fans will be hoping that that isn't the case. But it is McGregor who is in once again and enjoying her bowling. She's taken the 1 wicket to fall. She's seen another 2 dropped off her bowling as well. Tough chances. because Amara Carr, because the ball isn't quite carrying, is having to stand sort of betwixt and between, certainly slightly nearer the stumps than she would do normally. And that is up on her toes, played out into the covers. There is no run for Norgrove, who's looking to try and get going, but she hasn't really. She's only faced 16 balls so far of the. We're in the 10th over, so there have been 56 deliveries, of which she's only faced 16 balls so far. This time she does manage to turn the ball round the corner into a bit of an expanse, but the fielder out there does well. Terrific arm. That's the 16-year-old again. That's Amu Surankama, who's whipped the ball in from the boundary. They still managed to get through for a couple.
Yep, good fielding there from the youngster.
And that's a mistimed drive, and it goes back, and it's a pretty easy take for McGregor in her follow through. Esme McGregor has played in the T20, but hasn't. This is her first 50 over game, and that's nicely played, but straight to the fielder in the covers, where Flo Miller does the business and makes sure that it's another dot ball. So just the 2 runs from the over so far. And it's been hard going so far for the Vipers. Outside off stump, slightly slower ball. It's another dot, which means at the end of the 10th over, the Vipers are 31 for 1. At the same point, the Sunrisers were 56 without loss, so a little behind the score at that time, but as we saw, they pegged the Sunrisers back later on in the innings, and you'd still make things pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, no, definitely. Again, both teams sort of having a look. And it looks like it's going to be the young debutant Amu Surankuma, who saw bat so well, and now she's fielded so well so far already, and now she's got a chance with the ball, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes. She'll be bowling to Emily Windsor from the River End. She comes in and bowls, and Windsor drives into the offside and drives nicely. Just the single.
Yeah, it was just above gentle medium pace. Be interesting to see whether she can make the ball move around a little bit.
Yep. I think you can just definitely see that there's a lot of energy in her, and she's run well when she's running in between the wickets. She's run well when she's fielding, and she looks like she just bustles in here and bowls an edge from Abby Norgrove, and that's going to get her a single. So things starting to happen.
Yeah, she seems to be one of those cricketers for around whom things do begin to happen. You're absolutely right. She came in and team was in a difficult position, and she was last out for 25 from her fielding. She's already stopped one boundary and kept them down to a single.
She bowls to Windsor, and Windsor just pushes this into the offside, and Cordelia Griffiths picks that up. No run. Yeah, sometimes there are some cricketers that just, I guess, bring about an energy, and they make things happen just by the way that they put themselves about, and she looks like she could be one of those ones. She bowls, and Windsor cuts into the offside, and no run.
I think Emily Windsor will feel as if she's missed out a little bit. That was a loose-ish delivery, but the field is well placed for the young bowler.
It is, and it's one of her shots, Emily Windsor. You'll probably see her trying to rock back quite a lot and trying to cut the ball square. But then if you do over pitch, she can drive, and she drives well. She's gone again this time, and just past the left hand of Lissy McLeod at gully, and they managed to pick up 2. So good running there from the Vipers.
It was excellent running, but certainly for a moment you thought that thickish edge might get to Issy McLeod, but she got enough of it, Windsor, and then ran really well to turn it into a 2.
Surin Kumar bowls an outside edge, past the outside edge, so a pretty good first over from the youngster. None for 4. She returns, so 35 for 1 the Vipers are off their 11 overs bowled so far.
Yeah, things happen, and we saw that in that over, didn't we? We saw the ball left, she gets a big slap of the mitt from Issy McLeod. Well done. She very nearly had Issy McLeod interested in a possible catch, but she has started her career well. So
bowling at the Hayes first end, number 7, Kelly Castle.
So Kelly Castle, who up until recently was captaining the Sunrisers before Dani van Niekerk took over, but Kelly Castle is a very decent bowler and has bowled very well over the years for her side. Taken 5 wickets at 21 so far in this tournament, and that is well fielded in the covers and keeps them down to a dot ball.
Yeah, I like this field that the Sunrisers have got set for Abbey Norgrove. It's a catching cover, a catching gully, and 2 people in the offside as well. Just trying to keep it tight.
So wide though on this occasion, trying to bowl I think the slower ball, and it slipped out of her hand and started wide and went even wider. Kelly Castle, that's much better delivery. Interesting seeing her start from the Hayes close end. She does bowl quite a bit from the river end usually, but maybe we'll see her switch ends at some stage. Essex lady, plays county cricket for Essex as well as for the Sunrisers. A slower ball, but it's spotted and driven nicely. He obviously has some Vipers fans near our effects microphone. They enjoyed that one. It's a nice shot for 2. But good fielding again in the deep from the Sunrisers.
Yep, and they're going to have to be good in the field. They're going to have to try and match the energy. The Vipers showed some good energy at points. Sunrisers will need to continue that as well.
That's nicely played, but will be a dot ball. We just had the 1 wide so far. Emily Windsor hasn't batted much in this competition yet. A slightly slower ball and up on her toes, it's punched back to the bowler. Nicely bowled on this occasion. I was checking, I thought she, I know one of the matches was completely washed out, but 10 not out and 2 are the only 2 times she's actually batted so far in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. That's helped round the corner. And they take a single. So Norgrove steals the strike. Windsor is left on 14. Norgrove has now moved on to 8. The score after 12 overs, 38 for 1.
Yep, good again from the Sunrisers, just keeping things tight, not letting the Vipers get away really. We haven't seen too many boundaries so far. As Amu Surin Kumar will continue from the river end, bowled quite nicely in her first over, so she'll be looking to back that up, and she bowls to Windsor, who flashes outside the off stump, and that's through to Amara Carr. Play and a miss.
Yep, nice delivery again, just putting the ball in the right place.
I think that's what it seems to be for her. She just seems to be the sort of person that just runs up and kind of just hits the spot. Not too much into it. She wins the drives and drives square, and they might pick up a couple here, and they do. So good running again.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. And these two are running very well, absolutely right. But she also found the nice angle on the shot, which meant that poor sweeper fielder had a great deal of ground to try and cover and couldn't stop a pretty easy second in the end.
Yeah, the thing is, with that boundary being so big, any ball that goes not directly to the fielder should normally be two if they're running hard enough. And that's back of a length this time, slightly straighter. Looks a good adjustment from the young lady, and that's into the onside for a dot ball. 40 for 1, 255 the target that the Vipers have been asked to get. Just the one wicket to fall so far of Ella McHacken. And the score was an 18, and Windsor cuts hard, and no run this time.
Decent stop at point, because that was travelling, because Windsor had absolutely nailed that cut shot. But
She had.
no mistake from the fielder.
Looks like Jodie Grucock, who actually pulled up quite a good stop in a few overs ago, so looks like that could be her specialist position. And short and wide again this time, and Windsor drives this in front of square, and they're going to push for two again, and they're going to get two again. So very good running again from these two, putting that pressure on those deep boundary fielders.
Interesting, just watching the reaction there from Suran Kumar. She was frustrated with herself because she knew that ball was short and wide and very eminently hittable, and frustrated that after 3 dot balls she just let the pressure slip a little.
She'll be looking to finish this over and finish it strong. Slight change in the field. She bowls and bowls this time to Windsor, who pushes into the offside, and they run through for a single. Good running, so the score moves on to 43 for 1 after 13 overs.
That was really good running, because that was to Griffith as well, who's one of the better fielders in the Sunrisers team, who did absolutely nothing wrong. Picked up the ball, flung it in, but they were already through. Superb running, and that's what you need at this stage. Just some of the other scores in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Central Sparks made 233 all out, right on the last ball of the 50th over. Thunderer 18 without loss, chasing 234. South East Stars made 205 all out with 4 overs to spare in their innings. Northern Diamonds 78 for 1, and going well as they need another 128 from 35. And that was a little bit of a... Kelly Castle just took a little too much pace off there, and it turned out to be a wide half tracker that was pretty easy in the end to cut away, and it goes for 4, but not Kelly Castle's best delivery. Well threaded through the fielders, but that was excellent work, but not a great delivery. Better from Clark. Gets through Cordelia Griffith in the cover though, and they will get a single. So better start this for the Vipers, the final other match in the competition. The Blaze made 245 all out, 1 ball shy of their 50 overs. Western Storm 46 without loss after 12. They need another 200 to win from 38 overs. Better from Kelly Castle, she's bowled up! And Norgrove got herself in a bit of a pickle with that one. She went back, then thought she had to shovel the ball around onto the leg side, and Castle has indeed castled Norgrove, and she has to go 48 for 2. We just watched the replay. It was nicely bowled out of the back of the hand too, but it just grew on Norgrove, and she was trying to pull, and the ball was through her almost before she had finished the shot.
Norgrove was bowled by Kelly Castle.
Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle of an innings, really. Unfortunately for Abby Norgrove, just didn't manage to get going today and finally succumbed to a straight one from Kelly Castle. So she'll be disappointed, but the Sunrisers will be ecstatic with that, and they pick up their second wicket.
Yeah, Abby Norgrave, who survived drop catches before eventually having to go. She made 8 from 28 deliveries, so wasn't racing along. 48 for 2. She did put on 30 though with Emily Windsor. Kelly Castle pitches this up, but it's swung away nicely by the new batter Georgia Elwis. Well, she bowled beautifully earlier, so it'll be interesting to see whether she can bat as well as she bowled. 3 wickets for just 37. Short, wide, wide, wide. And that will be another ball that Kelly Castle will have to bowl.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a couple of times so far this innings. I'm not sure if the ball is maybe slipping out her hand.
50 comes up with that wide. Oh, that one certainly slipped out of her hand and is a no ball. It was a slow loopy. It's hard to call a ball like that a beamer, but it was certainly over hip height on the full, and that really did slip out of the hand for Kelly Castle.
Looks like it's going to be a free hit by the looks of it.
Definitely, yeah. And that is smashed away into the covers. There is a fielder there, and in fact it's only a single in the end. So that could have been altogether more painful as far as Kelly Castle and the Sunrisers are concerned. But as it is, Elwis got excellent connection, almost too good. Found the fielder on the boundary and just could take a single. So there should only be one more ball left in this over from Kelly Castle. And that's down the leg side and will be another wide. And funny old over this one. She's taken the wicket. That was good news, but the rest of it's been a bit scattergun. Settles herself before bowling this one, and that is easily cut away. She took some pace off to just try and keep the ball under a bit more control. Ball is played out into the covers. 11 runs from the over, but a wicket as well, so in the general scheme of things it could have been worse.
Yep, and I think we saw that earlier after the slightly sedate start that the Sunrisers openers had. It almost just took the one over just to get things going, and then after that there was there's a couple of back-to-back big overs, and then things just seemed to start going from there. So they'll be wary to make sure that they can continue to keep things tight, really, and not give away any loose overs. So Amu Surinkumar to continue from the river end, and she'll be bowling to Georgia Elwis. On back of a length, and then that's just off the outside edge, I think it would have been.
Yeah, I don't think that was quite where she intended to play it, but she gets away with it. For those of you interested in the Test match, Ben Stokes is going nuts. He's 149 not out. He and Stuart Broad have now put on 101, of which Stuart Broad has 11, and they just need another 77 to win.
Incredible stuff.
294 for 6, England.
Surinkumar bowls to Windsor, pushes this into the onside. You almost feel with these sort of Test matches that there's always going to be another twist at some point.
Well, it's remarkable. There was a controversial run out for Johnny Bairstow, and that seems to have ignited Ben Stokes' And the crowd
Windsor
paper.
drives and drives hard. Did she get any bat on that? I'm not sure. It looks like it might be buys. Yeah, it looks like it's 4 buys.
Harsh on Amara Carr, isn't it? The wicket keeper when it's against you buys, but quite how she was expected to stop that. It was a decent delivery. It was just the batsman got in touch in front of Amara Carr, had a swing, and the ball bounced over everybody and went for 4 buys.
Yeah. It's unfortunately part of the keeper life. And Musa Nkrumah comes up and bowls to Emily Windsor, who defends this. Good length ball into the onside. Speaking about keepers, we saw Rihanna Southby put on a quite magnificent display earlier today with the gloves. She was just tidy, a couple of stumpings, one leg side stumping, and also a catch, and also very aggressive in chasing the ball down as well, so that was impressive from her. Short wide from Surin Kumar, and Windsor climbs into another cut shot, but it's just going to be the one out to deep cover, where it looks like Kate Kopak maybe might have done some damage to her foot potentially.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There's a certain air of concern about events over there.
Hopefully it's maybe potentially cramp or something like that. Looks like it.
It's all right.
She's back up.
Yeah. I thought she'd done something like go over an ankle or...
It's always a worry when you see someone go down like that, especially when nothing's actually really happened. So
yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully it's just a bit of cramp. Everyone looks like they're good to go, and Amu Surinkumar will bowl the final ball of this, the 13th over, and Georgia Elwish just pushes this into the offside for no run, 60 for 2. So the Vipers starting to get a little bit of momentum in their innings.
Yeah, they are scoring quick because they've scored 29 in the last 5 overs, so that's much more the run rate they were looking for. Just to put things in perspective, at the same point after 15 overs, the Sunrisers was 75 for 1.
Number 26, Maddie Villiers.
Maddie Villiers coming into the attack. She has been so important for her team. Maddie Villiers taken 7 wickets at 20, as well as important runs, and not entirely middled, but the ball is scooped away by Windsor out of danger to point region, and there is no run. Maddie Villiers, right arm over the wicket, slow bowler, it's played very respectfully indeed out onto the leg side. She's immediately finding the right length and line out there, Maddie Villiers. Usually does bowl from this haze close end. It's punched off the back foot into the cover zone, and there's a muddle up here. There could be a run out, but they sped through. They really did recover well from the poor call. As an apology for Windsor to Elwis, saying, "Oh, sorry about that, didn't mean to cause the confusion." But in the end, no damage done as far as the Vipers are concerned.
You almost feel like they went to the wrong end then. It looked like Georgia Elwish running to the keeper's end was the struggle.
We were getting very cold in our commentary box earlier, so we all put on coats and jumpers, and then we closed the windows, and now it's getting really hot. So can't get anything quite right at the moment. And that's punched away nicely into the covers for a risk-free single on this occasion, rather than the rather risky one we saw earlier. It is another single. There have been 2 so far from this Maddie Villiers over, which has pretty much been on the money so far. Slightly shorter cut away, and it's cut away really, really nicely. Don't think it's quite going to reach the boundary. No, it's just dragging up before the ball reaches the boundary rope, but they go through certainly for 2. Yes, just the 2. But nicely timed and nicely placed from Windsor, who has been head and shoulders the standout batter so far for the Vipers. Moved on nicely to 29 from 39 deliveries. Maddie Villiers is now going to come right on round the wicket, and this time she does tuck up the batter. That is the end of a decent over for the Sunrisers, just the 4 runs from it. 64 for 2 after 16. The run rate is exactly now 4 and over.
Yep, a little bit of a partnership needed here for the Vipers, just to try and wrestle back some momentum. There's a good start from the Sunrisers with the ball. 2 wickets they've picked up so far, of Ella McCacken out for 14, bowled by Esme McGregor, and Abby Norgrove, bowled by Kelly Castle. Amu Surankuma will continue from the river end. She'll be bowling to Georgia Elwes, who drives nicely into the gap, and they will trot through quietly for a single, and the score moves on to 65.
Yeah, it was a good shot for 1, wasn't it? But that sweeper is out there for a reason, and we've seen both sides employ that deep cover fielder in the very long boundary, and it has saved a huge amount of runs for both sides.
Definitely Windsor drives beautifully this time, and that's beaten a diving Kelly Castle at mid-off, and that's going to go for 4. Despite the athletic effort of Cordelia Griffith, it's gone for 4.
Only just beat her. In the end, it really was almost a tie, and Griffiths was catching it up, but it just had enough to just pop over the rope for 4.
Yeah, good that from Emily Windsor, just making sure that anytime you get a slightly loose delivery, you are capitalising and trying to pick up a boundary where you can, really. She's moved on to 33, so going along quite nicely. As Surin Kumar bowls on the onside, and this is deflected into the onside, and they'll pick up a couple. So great batting to back up a boundary with a well-worked 2 immediately after.
Apart from that one muddle up, these 2 have run really, really well together. They immediately set off for 2 there, knowing if they committed to it, it was always there.
Definitely wide, and this is pushed into the offside, and potentially we're looking for a single, but no run taken. Emily Windsor captaining today in the absence of Georgia Adams, looking to lead from the front. 35 of 43 deliveries. We know that she likes to get on with it and scores quite quickly and hits the ball in awkward areas. She defends this into the offside, and no run. She'll be relishing this opportunity. Normally a middle order batsman who sort of comes in 5, 6, 7 around there, an opportunity to bat 3. Obviously we know that there's a few players missing, but it's just a perfect opportunity for her to spend some time at the crease and bat normally and have a good innings. And she looks for that cut shot again, and another dot ball. So good end to the over after a boundary and a 2 at the beginning for Amu Surankuma. 71 for 2.
Yeah, she did well, didn't she? She just it's easy to go chasing when you've seen runs come off the first few deliveries, and she just kept her line and lengths, bounced back with 3 dots, and she has decent figures in your first ever match of none for 18 from 4. She's bowling a fraction under 60 miles an hour. Maddie Villiers will continue from the Hayes close end. Nice bit of air. And that's dug out and driven back to the bowler, who fields nicely off her own bowling. In once again, and that's clipped out to mid-wicket, and it's through the diving fielder Kelly Castle, and they'll get back for 2. Fielder out on the boundary did well to ensure that is all that occurred. And Maddie Villiers looking around, just making a bit of a tweak in the cover area. Now happy. That's down the leg side and will be a wide, and could be a lot of wides. I think the ball might just make the boundary. No, it's going to be dragged back. Did well in the end, Izzy McLeod, but they still trotted through for 3 wides, 3 and the wide, so that'll be 4 added to the total. And that's another wide.
Yeah, you can see what she's trying to do, trying to maybe starve them of any room outside the off stump and keep the ball tucked in. Just managed to get a bit too straight there, and it's turned down the leg side.
This is not a wide, but it's there to be hit, but it was hit straight at Castle, who did well to save any further damage. This time it's a nice defensive shot. Maddie Villiers was racing off because she thought the ball was going to be hit harder into the onside, and had to check herself just to go back and pick the ball up in her follow through. That's short and it's pulled away. There is a fielder out there, so it will only be the single. But Maddie Villiers, after that first excellent over, just letting a few runs go on this occasion. And that is on the pad. Mara Carr and Issy McLeod between them ensure that no run can be taken. That is the end of the over. Villiers has figures of 0 for 11 from her too, and after 18 overs, 7 runs were from that 18th over. Score 78 for 2. Windsor going very nicely indeed, 35 from 46, and Elvis 8 from 11. And these two now building a decent platform after the wickets fell at 18 and 48. They've now put on 30.
River end, number 9, Jodie Grucock.
Jodie Grucock into the attack.
Yep, looks like Jodie Grucock will come in with her slow off breaks, I believe it will be. And she'll be bowling to Georgia Elwes, who started quite well, supporting Emily Windsor on 8. 78 for 2 the Vipers are. So a partnership starting to look good here. Jodie Grucock with a leg spin actually, and bowls to Georgia Elwes, who pushes us to mid-on and no run. She bowls again, and again a good little area there for Jodie Grucock, and Georgia Elwes can only just defend this back down the wicket. Some tidy stuff so far. Bit of width and driven into the covers, and no run to Cordelia Griffith. She definitely gets the ball and gets back to her mark pretty quickly and tries to get through as quickly as possible. That's short on the legs, and Georgia Elwes swivels with this one and shovels it into the leg side, and a single taken to deep backward square leg. 79 for 2. 18.4 overs gone so far. Emily Windsor, who's on strike, and leans back and cuts this into the offside, and they pick up a single. 3 dots and 2 singles off this over so far.
Yeah, they'd probably like to be going along a little bit quicker at the moment, but they're just 2 wickets down. Windsor's playing nicely.
Sweep from Georgia Elson, sweeps hard and picks out deep backward square leg, so 3 singles off that over from Jodie Grucock.
It was another decent shot for 1, wasn't it? It really nailed that sweep, Elwes. But there was a fielder set out for it. And Grucock starts very nicely, having been the star with the bat earlier on. 76, very much the base on which the Essex total of 254 was built. And it will be Maddie Villiers to continue from the Hayes close end. Right arm round, spin, and it's a little bit short and it's pulled away very quickly indeed. Boy, was she on it quickly, Windsor, but sorry, it was Elwes who with the shot, but they could only get through for 1. Maddie Villiers in again. This time it is a lovely shot from Windsor, and she's punctured the gang of cover fielders, but Cordelia Griffiths does some fabulous work running back, and then an excellent throw to keep them down to just the 2. Emily Windsor at the moment just playing the kind of innings her team needed, and that is beautiful. That beats Griffiths, and that's going to, if not go all the way, certainly there should be 3. No, there's just the 2. Decent fielding again in the deep.
Yep.
Did really well on that occasion. I think that was Issy McLeod who had to run back and did superbly, and that's driven back up to the fielder. To the bowler. There is no run. In once again. It's Van Neerkerk, in fact, who went back and did all the hard work on the boundary, but the next 2 deliveries no one has to run anywhere because they're just played out 2 fielders. That is flicked away off her legs. There will be just a single, but the Sunrisers won't mind that terribly. That is the end of another very tidy over. 6 runs eventually from it. No boundaries though. The score goes up to 87 for 2 after 20. At the same stage, 108 on the board for the Sunrisers. So
Yeah.
they front-loaded their innings. If they're to win this match, the Vipers need to backload theirs and really go for the last 30 overs.
Definitely. It'll be Jodie Grucock to continue from the river end, and she bowls to Emily Windsor, who pushes us into the onside and doing what Emily Windsor does and just manages to rotate the strike and just continue to score off every ball, which is exactly what the Vipers need. So they'll be happy with the position that they're in now. So they continue just to try and whittle away at this total. As Georgia Rowers supporting her nicely, drives into the onside and there'll be no run. 88 for 2. So there's nice partnership building here. This is down the ground and this will be 4. Oh, that's a good hand actually. No, will it go to the boundary? The ball does win. Yep, it looks like it does win, and that was a strong shot from Georgia Rowers.
She really did get a lot of it, because the fact Kelly Castle actually got a decent hand on it, as you rightly said, to slow it down, and it still went for 4, shows just how well that ball was hit.
Good aggression shown by Elwes, who drives this time again into the onside and no run. So a little bit of flight being given here by Jodie Grucock, and with that decision she's maybe made a small change to the field and pushed skipper Van Neerkerk back down to long on. She bowls and
Oof.
the sweep, goes for the sweep this time again. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like a wide has now been given.
Harsh wide. We had a couple earlier not given the other way in similar situations, and that very nearly came back and bowled her.
Have been in. Always tries nicely and pushes us on down to long on and picks up a single. So clever batting. Boundary, a wide and then a single. So the rotation of strikers been good from these two. Grewcock bowls and Windsor cuts into the offside, and she'll pick up a single to end this, the 21st over. 95 for 2 now, the Southern Vipers.
Yeah, it's steady progress. That was you don't think much has happened in the over, but then you look back and see that there's been 8 runs, and the scoreboard continues to tickle over nicely. 95 for 2. Sunrisers would like a wicket now, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think they definitely need a wicket just to maybe inject some energy back into the fielding side and try and get something going for them.
Maddie Villiers then to continue. Nicely delivered, flighted ball that in the end was nicely played by Windsor, but she can only play it up to Van Neerkerk at mid-off. Villiers there, just a quicker delivery, and it deceived Windsor. She threw the shot and rattled her pads, but
She definitely looks more dangerous from this angle as opposed to the round the wicket angle.
I agree. You tend to, the right arm spinners to the right handers tend to be doing that as a defensive thing usually. You do cut down the chances of taking a wicket. Sort of jiggling around with the field. Issy McLeod moves from fine leg to short third. You could hear that that wasn't middled.
Yeah.
Another dot ball. Villiers in again. And although you get the feeling that Emily Windsor is looking to attack, at the moment she's being followed well by Maddie Villiers. She's rocking back on the back foot, and Maddie Villiers is bowling accordingly. It's driven up to mid-off, straight to Van Neerkerk. It's another dot ball.
Yep, very good for Maddie Villiers. Exactly what's needed for the Sunrisers, just to string a few dots and try and build up some pressure somehow. Maybe see if they can force a mistake.
Villiers in once again. And that rattles the pads. There might have been a leg by there, but they don't go for it, and it's a maiden over. So well bowled, Maddie Villiers, really applying the brakes. And they were 95 for 2 after 21 overs. The Vipers are 95 for 2 after 22 overs. After that excellent maiden from Maddie Villiers. 4 overs have now cost just 17.
Yeah, outstanding bowling actually that was. Just what they needed, and now Jodie Grewcock needs to back that up somehow and try and see if she can maybe put some more pressure and just try and see if they can maybe start. We know how important it is to bat in partnerships, but it's just as important to bowl in partnerships.
Ben Stokes is out, by the way, in the Ashes.
Oh, that's down the leg side, and that's swiveled on by Georgia Elwes, who manages to pick. She turns to come back for 2. Maybe she wasn't quite sure there.
There was never 2 there. There was never 2 there.
She wouldn't have got halfway down the wicket, I don't think. So Emily Windsor was not having any of it. So Grewcock comes in and bowls, and Windsor pushes this into the onside.
Gives the ball nice air, doesn't she, Grewcock? She gives it a chance.
She does. Yes, she really does. She comes in again and Windsor drives, and Cordelia Griffiths in the covers doing some good work. So a little bit of pressure maybe not so much pressure, but a few dots from Emily Windsor this at the moment. And that's a big shout, potential shout actually, but nothing.
She was through the shot before the ball got there. She's looking to attack now, but these two spinners doing a really good job.
They are. As Windsor goes and drives again through the covers, and that's really strong from her. So that release of pressure, it was slightly uppish.
I was going to say, I don't think the Sunrisers will mind that too much, because that wasn't very far away from mid-off.
Yeah, and I think the Sunrisers just need to hang in here and just be buoyed by the fact that they are maybe starting to create some pressure, and just be patient. Grewcock bowls and Windsor pushes this into the onside and trots through for a single, and that will end the 23rd over, 101 for 2.
Yeah, what was a very good over. Still 6 scored from it. Good work from the Vipers. 100 comes up in the 23rd over. 100 came up in the 19th for the Sunrisers. So there's a gradual catching up. Yeah, Stokes was out for 155, top edge pull shot, still another 70 required to win.
Looks like it could go down to the wire.
Yeah, England have a long tail though. This is Maddie Villiers, and she gets a little extra bounce there, and it's just helped round the corner for a single after the dot ball with which she started her over, but for a slow bowler she generated quite a lot of bounce.
Well, there was obviously all that talk about Nathan Lyon coming into bat yesterday. That could prove to be, well, you know.
Yeah, no, you're right. if it's 4 runs the difference, then that's where it will be. Maddie Villiers is in, and certainly Elvis was thinking about the cut shot, but it all was too close to him, so she in the end just left it to go through to the keeper, Amara Carr. This time she does punch it away on the back foot, but only to backward point, where it's fielded comfortably. Right. Slower delivery, good delivery. There was turn there too. It turned the off spinner, really did get it to tweak back into the right-hander. Elvis suddenly had to hurry her shot. She did manage to keep it out, but good bowling nonetheless. Elvis this time rocks back and just plays it out into the onside. And Maddie Villiers at the moment is proving very difficult to get away. She's bowled 5 overs, 0 for 19. The last 2 have been maiden and 2. So at the moment she's just applying a little bit of brakes to this Vipers innings. But they still got 8 wickets in hand. There's still the attack can be launched when they're not quite halfway through their innings.
Yeah, and I think that's always the beauty of, I guess, chasing, is you're more in control of knowing what you need to get to. So you can maybe plan your innings a little bit better. But at the same time, it's runs on the board, and you know that every situation, if you add a couple of wickets to it, the scoreboard automatically looks a little bit different. So they'll be well aware of that fact. As Jodie Grewcock continues and bowls to Georgia Elvis, who's on the back foot and pushes this into the onside. So Some pretty good control shown by Jodie Grucock actually for leg spin bowling. It's not the easiest art, but she's landed the ball quite nicely. Again, another dot into the offside, and the ever-present Cordelia Griffith tidies up. Al was 18 off 28 balls, 103 for 2, and sweeps nicely and manages to pick out deep backward square leg. She's played that shot a couple of times actually and managed to time it pretty well.
No, that was a really nice shot. She did pick out the fielder who is out there for exactly that shot, but she middled it.
This one is down the leg side, and that will be a wide.
No, that correctly is wide. One or two have been a little bit sharp, but that one, no doubt.
Windsor rocks back and cuts into the offside and manages to just hit the cover fielder. No run. Looking for that one single to get herself, and she drives nicely and beautifully for 4.
Lovely shot.
What a lovely way to bring up your 50. Captain's innings so far from Emily Windsor.
Emily Windsor's 50,
53 off 69 balls. Warm applause from the crowd, and she loved that. You can see how much she enjoyed that.
No, that was a lovely shot. Absolutely timed to perfection. I thought for a minute that Cordelia Griffith managed to grab it as it was heading through, but she threaded it beautifully.
She kicks on now, and she leans back and cuts this one into the offside and follows up that boundary with another single. So she moves on to 54, and the score moves on to 110 for 2. 25 overs gone.
Yeah, slightly expensive. 7 runs from it. Interesting. Grucock's 50, 68 balls, 7 fours. Windsor's 69 balls, 6 fours. So very similar innings for their teams, making sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking over the required 4, 5 and over, but someone is at least there building the innings on which any run chase must be built. Good to see her always come over and shake her hand. Yes, the Sunrisers team have a few drinks. We're exactly halfway through, of course, aren't we? So another 145 runs needed from 25 overs. So run rate fractionally under 6 and over. Currently 4.4. At the same point, as we do like a comparison, well I do, 134 for 3, the Sunrisers. So we're a decent way ahead on runs, 24 ahead at this stage, but they had their big wobble in overs 30 to 40, where they just scored just 38 and lost several wickets. So interesting to see whether the Vipers can avoid that. As you can see, there's plenty of cloud around the ground at the moment, but still no sign of the floodlights. Certainly it's light enough at the moment, but with the breeze blowing and not full sunshine, it can get a bit nippy in various parts of the ground. Drinks have virtually been finished. The players are now wandering back into their fielding positions. Do you have a feel for who's favourite at this point, Stanley?
I would probably back the batting side at the moment, just because they seem like they're in control. Of course, I think they've still got quite a lot of work to do. Still another 145 to get. If these two can bat for another 10 or so overs, they can definitely break the back of this. But I think I know it's cliche to say, but it's anyone's game at the moment because no one's really running away with it. But at the same time, the Sunrisers probably know that if they can get one of these two, and there's a few players that are still, the younger players of the Vipers, so there's a little bit of pressure. You don't want to leave it to the lower order to do, so they'll be well aware, the Vipers, that they need to get the job done up top.
Maddie Villiers will bowl the 26th over, and that's driven up to extra cover where Cordelia Griffith juggles the fielding, but to good effect. And then throws the ball a little bit high back to Maddie Villiers, who has to leap and catch it. Gets the apology. It's a lovely drive. There was too much width and Maddie Villiers knows it. And she kicks the ground in frustration as the ball goes over the boundary ropes for 4. And Windsor continues to bat really well, but just the width there to free her arms up, and that has sent. And they were playing for the first time almost in the match without a cover, someone down at deep cover, and that's cut away beautifully. Just seeing whether that will make the boundary. It's dragged back superbly. They still should run 3, but excellent bit of fielding, and Maddie Villiers, who hadn't been able to get away at all, has gone for 7 in the first 3 deliveries of this over. So at the moment, the Sunrisers know Windsor is the danger person, and they could really do with that particular wicket, because that would just wrench the initiative back a little. Still a big ask. 255 is a sizable total chasing. Oh, and there is an appeal for run out, but I think Elvis backing up had got her bat down. That's certainly the view of the umpire, and so there will be no run out. Instead, Villiers will continue and draw the forward defensive shot back to her. Just the 7 runs from the over. You're listening to us here on BBC Solent, on BBC Sounds, on the BBC website, as well as the streams for both the Vipers and for the Sunrisers. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage here. 117 for 2. Windsor is 61, not out from 73. What a good innings that's been. Elvis is supporting her well with 19. They came together. Spot of bother, 48 for 2, and going pretty slowly at the time. And now, well, certainly, they've given themselves a very good shout.
Yeah, definitely. But they're going to have to work hard still to get to this total. Emily Windsor has been fantastic. Anything that's been full of length, she's pounced on and driven. Anything that's been full. This is Jodie Grucock to continue and pushed back down, back to her from Emily Windsor. 61 of 73 she sits on. I would say she is the key wicket. She goes this time downtown, and Amu does the fielding at long on. Slight mistime there from Emily Windsor.
Yeah, it was a full toss, wasn't it? And she didn't quite get as much of it as she would have liked. Though it certainly made sure it was safe.
Yeah, definitely. It's the kind of ground actually you don't really want a full toss, because it's quite big boundaries, so you don't really know where to hit them.
Yeah.
If you have to hit the ball in the air, it's tricky, as Georgia Elwish pushes this into the offside and no run.
No, we haven't had a 6 yet today.
We haven't. I'm not sure we're going to. Still a little while yet. Elwish comes down the ground and tries to hit this off through the offside actually, and gets a thickish inside edge, and Deneva Neerkirk does the fielding at mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket.
Well bowled, saw her coming.
It's very well bowled as Grucock bowls, and that's back to her, and that's caught. So she's given it. We talked about the flight that she was giving, and she's just tossed that one up, and Elvis has gone for a big drive and chipped it straight back, and that's a smart catch by Jodie Grucock, and a well-deserved wicket for her. She's bowled beautifully.
Big wicket. They really did need a breakthrough. That partnership was just beginning to look as if they were going to take the Vipers into a position of complete control, but it's a good delivery again, isn't it? Just dipping on Elwes, who was committed to the drive, then just ended up spooning it back. It was a good catch because she had to move sharply to her left. But what a match. What a match Jodie Grucock's having for the Sunrisers after that brilliant 76. She's now in amongst the wickets as well, and just when her team needed it. 118 for 3. It was a decent partnership. They put on 70, those two, but it comes to an end.
Yep, timely wicket, and exactly what the Sunrisers needs, and that brings Freya Kemp to the wicket.
I'm afraid the wickets are tumbling in the ashes. Robinson's gone for 1 and Broad has gone for 11. Tongue and Anderson need to score the 68 required for victory. 303 for 9.
Well, miracles do happen. You never know.
Not that one.
It's not done until it's done, Guy.
Yeah, right. I admire you. I admire your confidence, but
Always optimist.
yeah.
Freya Kemp, the left-handed Freya Kemp, will face the leg spin of Jodie Grucock, who bowls, and Freya Kemp hits this hard down the ground, and he'll pick up a single down to long off, and that ends a good over there for Jodie Grucock. 2 runs in the wicket, a more important wicket of Georgia Elwes. 119 for 3, the score after 27.
No, that was a really good over. Interesting to see Freya Kemp's approach, though. She's not going to hold back by the looks of things.
She's a hard-hitting batter. So she will. Yeah, she likes to play her shots, but strikes the ball really well. So yeah, expect her to get things moving. But we know that there's still a lot of work to be done.
Absolutely, absolutely. Though while Emily Windsor is still there, there is certainly, you feel the spine of what you require for a run chase. And this is Maddie Villiers to continue. The ball is played out into the deep mid-wicket region, and they go through for a single. So she's 2 for 2 now, Kemp. Windsor is back on strike. A few changes and tweaks to the field, including a deep cover, which I think is probably a very good idea. Oh, and he's beaten just on the inside. I think it was a good piece of bowling from Maddie Villiers. And Windsor trying to launch her. Very nearly managed to drag the ball onto her stumps, but she survives. Maddie Villiers just drops that a little bit short, but just cuts it away into the covers. They took the first single quickly, but not quickly enough to go for a second. It was a decent bit of fielding by that Jodie Grucock, of course, who's
She's everywhere.
everywhere at the moment.
She did throw it back with some power. It's a good throw.
Yeah, it did look as if she meant it. Villiers is going round the wicket to the left-handed Freya Kemp, who doesn't really middle the ball, but manages to get the ball to squirt out into the offside. Did a lot of work fielding earlier, Freya Kemp. She was on one of those cover boundary positions. Was occupied a lot, as that's another dot ball, nicely bowled again from Maddie Villiers. Kemp goes back, and there's a big edge, but it falls safe. It was not a convincing shot, though. Lucky, really, for Kemp that the ball spooned up, but exactly between 3 fielders. None of them had a chance for the catch, but certainly not convincing. And a good over from Maddie Villiers comes to a close, just 3 from it. 122 for 3 now after 28.
Yep, And what you always see with the wicket is that it just tends to slow the scoring rate down, which is perfect for the Sunrisers and just what they need. They need to make sure that if they can potentially maybe pick up another quick wicket here, that will put all the pressure back onto the Vipers.
Yeah, the run rate's up above 6 now. Required run rate.
Yep, it'll be Jodie Grucock to continue. She bowls a full toss, and this is down the ground and hit hard by Freya Kemp. So as we mentioned, Freya Kemp is not going to hold back. She likes to feel the bat on the ball. And if anything loose, she'll look to pounce. And
I think she'll be disappointed not to have made more of that. It was a very loose full toss from Grucock, but Maddie Villiers got her out of jail a bit with a nice bit of fielding to ensure there's just the one run.
did. Brings Emily Windsor back on strike. Grucock comes in and bowls and back of a length and nicely bowled and pushed into the offside. So the field as it stands, there's a mid-off who's up in the circle, a cover point and a cover point, and someone deep on the cover boundary as well. So there's a lot of gaps there for Windsor, who drives and looks at the umpire and almost to say is, oh, the wide is given in the end. So
uncomplaining from Grucock.
This is outside the off stump, and Windsor cuts and can only find the fielder, who does some good work. So they're potentially trying to block that offside gap for Emily Windsor, which is one of her strengths, but she just pushes this into the onside, and they might look for two. They're coming back for two, and this is going to be close. And they managed to get in.
I think she was in.
She was in. She didn't seem to be worrying too much.
No, she was going to the danger end, wasn't she, Emily Windsor, and she was pretty sure she'd make it. Possibly if the throw had hit the stumps directly, she might have been in a spot of bother. It was still a decent throw, though. Straight into the hands of the wicketkeeper above the stumps, but Windsor had raced rather well.
Yep, very good batting from her as Grucock bowls, and she just nudges this one down to long on for a single. So good rotation of the strike from Emily Windsor. She now all of a sudden becomes a really important part of this run chase, if she wasn't already. The Vipers will want her to stick around. It's Freya Kemp back into her crease and pushes us into the onside, and a dot ball for Jodie Grucock, who finishes her sixth over, 127 for 3.
5 runs in the end from that over. 29 of the 50 overs to go. I think we're looking as if we're in for a pretty tight finish with the way the Sunrisers are managing to keep the Vipers at that just over 4 and over run rate, and the required run rate just kind of creeps up. It's now at 6.1. Maddie Villiers in again, and this all spin attack has done pretty well for the Sunrisers. Maddie Villiers and Jodie Grucock, which is why Danae van Niekerk has been very happy to stick with it, and why not?
Be interesting to see how she juggles her bowlers. As we know, the Vipers.
Right arm round. That's driven nicely by Kemp, up for 1. De Villiers can't stop the ball going up too long off. So this over has started single. That's just played out into the offside, no run. Good thing about playing the spinners is if they can bowl without giving away too many gimme balls, they're forcing the batters to make the pace and take quick singles, as there's another one there. In fact, they ran very well again. And despite the decent throw, we're safely home for another single.
That's a good point there, Guy. With the slower bowlers, it's a bit more difficult to make the pace.
That flicks off an outside edge, and to be honest, if the deepish point fielder had held her ground rather than walking in as the bowler came in, as you're prescribed to do, but if she'd stayed, the ball would have lollipopped almost straight to her. As it is, I think they managed to get a couple, but Freya Kemp living dangerously a little at the moment as she looks to attack. That's driven on the up, but that's really nicely placed and is a good shot, and this will definitely be 2 more. Should only be 2 more. But if the last shot certainly wasn't under control, that one very much was. Decent over as well. The score goes up to 134, another 7 from that. 134 for 3 after 30 overs. At the same stage, the Sunrisers were 160 for 3, so remain about 26 runs ahead, but this was where they were heading into their slow 10 overs. Windsor 68, Kemp 9, 134 for 3. Really well set up, this match.
Yep, I think it's going to be exciting stuff. And we've already said that Emily Windsor is the key, but she is definitely the key, and especially now that she's on 68, she tucks this one into the onside and will pick up a single. If she can bat, if she can be there at the end, then the Vipers will definitely have won this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is where she has to manage her innings and make sure that she does stick around. Freya Kemp back in her crease and cuts it nicely. Should only be 1. Good fielding out there by number 4. I'm not sure who that is.
No, it's brilliant from Flo Miller, who is often, in fact usually given the job of that kind of fielding, and she's really, really good at it. Great throw.
That was really good from her, and that would have been a wide. Emily Windsor tried to pull the bat back after maybe attempting a cut shot, but managed to do it too late and ended up hitting the ball softly into the offside. So a dot ball for Jodie Grucock. This is in the air, and this might be a chance, but no. Down to long on and safely.
Yeah, she must have just thought for a second, Suren Kumar, that it was heading towards her, but it fell well short. She actually took it well, and then a good throw in.
Kemp is down the wicket, and this is going to be a strong shot and well fielded by Maddie Villiers just to cut that down to 1.
That was brilliant fielding. She stuck out her right hand as it looked as if it was going to bounce over the boundary ropes. Not only kept it in, she held it and then threw in one movement and kept them down to a single. So 2 really good bits of fielding, but they're taking chances.
They are. Emily Windsor cuts into the offside, as we've seen her do so often in this innings, and picks up a single, and that's the end of another over. 140 for 3, 31 gone.
Yeah, just the 5 runs from that over. So it was well bowled. But interesting, we're just seeing signs that the Vipers have decided that they have to go on the attack now, taking just a few more risks than they have been. Obviously that's the way Kemp plays, so she is going to be looking to hit the cover off the ball, but even Windsor is trying to just crank it up a little now, just not let the run rate get away from them too much. Maddie Villiers, fresh from that lovely bit of fielding, does a lovely bit of bowling, and that just is through a well-set batsman in Emily Windsor.
I like the field that they've got set to Emily Windsor here. They're just asking her to play down the ground if she can.
And this is slapped wide, and she's placed this well. I think that will go all the way. It does for 4. And Maddie Villiers is cross with herself because she knows that there was too much width on that delivery, and the the fact that they were turning the screw and just tightening things down a bit has just been loosened by that boundary. And that's quicker and shorter, and it's helped round the corner. There should be one. Oh, there's nearly a bit of a muddle up. I'm not sure they would have got back for 2 either, because she's got a very good arm, Esme McGregor. But you would have probably heard one of the batters calling yeah, 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 and the other one going, you sure? No! And as it is, they quite rightly stuck at a single.
They could ill afford a run out at this moment in time. That's just not exactly not what they would need at all.
No. The opposition, make sure the opposition have to get you out. Don't give them a hand. That's driven up to mid-on. Wide of mid-on though, so there's an easy single to Van Niekerk.
We spoke about the size of these boundaries, so the Sunrisers need to be aware that it's not going to be that easy to hit boundaries, especially coming in as a new batsman. So if they can stick it in and make sure they keep the pressure on.
That's driven up to mid-on, but there won't be a run there. So apart from that one loose delivery from Villiers, this has been a very good over. How can she finish it off? Quickly. And that's driven up to Van Niekerk. And that will be the end of an over. Just 6 runs from it. 145 for 3 now after 32. The run rate stays stubbornly, required run rate stays stubbornly at over 6. Current run rate stubbornly at around 4.5. So
yeah, not lots happening either way, is there? There's not a great deal of pressure being put on by the bowling unit, but there's also the batting unit is not getting away from it, so it's evenly poised, I would say.
Yeah, still not sure what's going to happen in this match. Certainly, you'd have to say, as long as Emily Windsor is there, the Vipers are probably just favourites, but not by a lot.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And it'll be interesting to see how Freya Kemp goes in this over against Jodie Grucock. She hits hard into the covers, and a decent stop actually in the end by Danae Van Niekerk.
She's cross with herself though, isn't she? Because she feels she should have stopped the single, but she stopped the boundary.
Yep. It's one of those ones, once you actually get to it, you're just annoyed with yourself if you don't actually get the result. Make sure it's a dot. Brings Emily Windsor back on strike, and a little bit of juggling going on the offside. And Grucock bowls and pushes. Windsor pushes this down to long on for a single. So a couple of singles to start this over.
Yeah, she gets a great dip on the ball, Grucock. I keep thinking she's just bowled another full toss, and it just drops at the death.
She does as she bowls to Kemp, and Kemp swung herself so hard, and
she hit herself with the bat on her shoulder. Well, she pulled her shoulder out with that shot.
She looks like she swung it so hard.
Isn't she? Let's have a look if we can. But she does swing, and she does give them. She does throw everything, doesn't she?
She does. I think that's what she's done actually. I think she's just gone, maybe swung so hard that she's managed just to jar something.
Here we go. So she gives it a huge whack. She doesn't hit herself, but
no.
She does pull something in her shoulder. Physio is out there. Just wants her to see whether she can lift her arm, but she really, goodness me.
She did launch herself into that, didn't she?
There were kitchen sinks, there were washing machines, everything was hurled at that.
Mara Carr was probably taking cover there as well, because she might have been in danger with.
Yeah.
But hopefully she's okay. We know she's had so many struggles with her injuries, with that back injury. This would not be great for her, but hopefully she'll be okay. And she seems to be moving her arm, being asked to do a few little exercises maybe a couple of painkillers and some water and a little bit of a rub, and she might be back. But it did look painful.
Certainly did.
But just a good opportunity, I guess, maybe for the Sunrisers as well, just to
have a little regroup.
Just to have a little regroup.
Right. You're absolutely right. Interesting. There's a long chat going on between, I think, Van Neerkerk and is it Maddie Villiers?
Yeah, looks like it's Maddie Villiers, yeah.
The rest of the team are sort of having to make up their own chat. There are a couple of people who are still sitting down on the boundary and having a bit of a rest, understandably, given everything that's going on. But it does look as if one way or another Kemp is going to continue. Skipper making sure she is alright. She's still clutching that shoulder fairly, still obviously not comfortable.
Yeah, they must have jarred something or just maybe pulled something. Grewcock will continue. I think Freya Kemp has recovered, and pretty similar shot this time, but she gets connection, and this is out into the offside, and they pick up a single. Good work again in the deep, just to restrict it just to the one. 148 for 3. This total is now moved on to.
No, that was good recovery, having biffed your shoulder like that. Oh, and this is again.
It's Grewcock. Bowls to Windsor, who drives into the offside, so a deep cover for Emily Windsor, who's slightly straighter, just to negate that cover drive that she likes to play so well. Kemp down the ground and hits it hard, and Maddie Villiers at long on throws this one bounce into the keeper, the Mara Carr. Ends the over. Pretty eventful over, actually, with a bit going on. 6 from it.
Freya Kemp, who the 150 comes up, nicely played from 33. But Freya Kemp was in many ways was thought more to be a bowler originally, and didn't bowl today. I need to find out if she's carrying something of an injury. Certainly it's a back injury. Well, the shoulder won't have helped either.
No, I think she had a stress fracture of her back a few months ago. She actually hasn't bowled this season at all, so she's actually playing as a batter at the moment.
Well, good for her. She was the top wicket taker in this tournament for the Vipers last year, and is holding her own as a batter. And you can see why. She's come in and she's looking to attack, but she's still clutching that shoulder pretty regularly.
Yeah, she's definitely not happy with it. There's nothing worse as a batter than when you've got some sort of niggle and you're trying to, go about your work and something's not quite right.
Yeah.
It's just on your mind the whole time.
Well, Maddie Villiers is now in her last over. She started with a single and a dot ball, and now a single as the ball is driven nicely out into the cover area. The throw goes over poor Amarakar's head, but there is someone backing her up, so there are no chance of overthrows. But it's been a good work from Maddie Villiers. She's bowling in conjunction with Jodie Grewcock. They've done a pretty good job in these middle overs. That's driven nicely. The deep cover fielder will ensure that there is just the one. So again, dealing in singles, 3 of them so far off the first 4 deliveries. Left hand, right hand. Umpires certainly having to get the steps up as she runs from one side of the pitch to the other each time one of these guys gets a single, and that's slapped into the covers. Again, the deep fielder will ensure they can take an easy single but nothing else. Danny van Neerkerk just having a think about things, eventually flings the ball up to Maddie Villiers as the umpire again rushes from one side to the other. A feeling for Amy Clark. Hope she's got a Fitbit on as that is flicked into the leg side and beats the diving fielder. So what had been a very tidy good over from Villiers finishes with a boundary, and she will finish with figures of 0 for 50 from her 10 overs. Solid, but she would have wished she could have missed out on that 4 off the last ball.
Yeah, timely boundary that. Very timely boundary from Freya Kemp. Just what the Vipers needed, really. Be interested to see what Maddie Villiers feels about that bowling. I think she bowled well. It's just probably leaked a few boundaries here and there. Maybe not quite the control that she would have potentially liked. But Jodie Grucock will continue. So it's been spin pretty much all the way for the last 15 to 20 overs.
Yeah, these two have just bowled in partnership. Oh, and
That is...
is that caught? It is. It's been slapped on the full toss. No, it hasn't. Tanny van Neerkerk not claiming it.
No.
She's not claiming it. She said no, it didn't carry.
It's interesting, that was. Yeah, she definitely... Looks like she might have picked the ball up and completed it, but not...
Yeah, she got it on the half volley, didn't she?
That was close. At mid-wicket, Danae van Neerkerk, she's a straight mid-wicket that we're talking about. She's slightly deeper.
Well, that was a big moment.
That was a really big moment. And then a run-out chance potentially. So things are starting to happen, Guy.
They are. Grucock's bowled very nicely as well, and has
She has.
kept them pegged back to... But she's 5 and over, which is the required run rate. So need to get wickets, and that just didn't quite carry. Danny van Neerkerk is still holding that finger.
Shot. That's deep into the deep mid-wicket boundary and a single. So good set, good field set there. And a single for Freya Kemp. 160 for 3. So Emily Windsor faces up to Jodie Grucock and drives into the offside, and another single picked up. So 3 singles off this over. A couple of dots to start. Big last ball here, so it'll be interesting to see what Freya Kemp does, if she tries to find a boundary or if she's just going to be happy with another single. She does look for the boundary. This is in the end. This is going to be out. She's picked the fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. We spoke about what she was going to do, if she's going to look for that boundary option. She's still clutching her shoulder. Hasn't been happy with it since that injury a few overs ago, and she's managed to haul out.
It was a good catch in the deep. I'm just trying to see. I think it might be Maddie Villiers. I'm trying to see who it is. But it was well bowled. She bowled into the legs, forced her to take on the shot. And it was a decent catch just over the left shoulder. Or is that Esme McGregor?
It does look like Esme McGregor.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
The catch was caught by Esme McGregor off the bowling of Jodie Grucock.
Good catch.
Wasn't it a good catch?
And incoming batter number 25, Nancy Harman.
Yeah, we spoke about the aerial route on this ground at the moment. With the boundaries being so big, you're going to have to hit it very well to get it over the fielder and over the ropes as well. So we saw, I think, with Maddie Villiers earlier when she took one on and she managed to pick the fielder out. Almost the same things just happened there for Freya Kemp. So a timely wicket for the Sunrisers, just what they needed. 161 for 4 the score is now, and 35 overs gone.
No, excellent work, and a second wicket for Grucock to go with her wonderful innings of 76. So she is turning in a real performance for her team at the moment. She's bowled 9 overs and taken 2 for 44, just 3 runs from that last over. Just what a team needed. Well, we must have a change of bowler because Maddie Villiers
And returning
has finished her overs.
Hayes close end, Kate Kopak.
So Kate Kopak comes back on. Who opened the bowling from the river end. She's now at the Hayes close end. And a lot riding on her shoulders. This is a crucial moment in this match. She's got, has she bowled 5 overs so far? She's bowled 5 overs, so important she does something in the next couple, you feel. So there's still some overs left at the end. She gets good pace and lift on that delivery, and it's just fended away. One bounced backward point, no run. She did bowl well very early on, just 13 from her first 5 overs. She was very difficult to get away. Again, difficult, just short of a length. Bowling that is tough to get away.
I think that's all you have to do, really. You just have to come and hit a decent length on this wicket. We know that the boundaries are going to come by giving width and maybe by giving the wrong length. So if you can just be back of a length and straight, I think you'll ask a lot of questions.
That's well played. Swivelled round for the single. Are there two? Well, I think the skipper fancied a couple, but on this occasion was sent back by partner Harman.
Yeah, and I think if the Sunrisers are aware, we spoke about how difficult it's going to be to hit boundaries on this wicket, to just come in and easily find the boundaries. So if they can put pressure, especially on the new batter.
Kopak in once again, and this is played nicely off the toes, but they've got the person in at shortish mid-wicket, who is Maddie Villiers, to try and stop the single, which she does successfully there. So just 1 run from the first 4 balls of this Kate Kopak over. And she really has bowled so economically. Again, and that's just punched off the back foot, and there's half a chance. Oof. As Amara Carr quite rightly left the ball to try and hit the stumps to see if it would, and then very nearly running into it was Emily Windsor, because she was half expecting the wicketkeeper to go in and stop the ball. Instead it reared up in front of her, and luckily she managed to avoid it. But they do go through for the quick single, and it will be Emily Windsor who faces the final delivery of this over and cuts the ball away well, but the player is out there, and Flo Miller, who also has a terrific arm, keeps them down to a single. And well, if you can't take wickets, concede only 3, and that's good work from Kate Kopak.
Yep, it's really good work, and pretty much all that the Sunrisers need to do, really. If they can go for 3 and over for the next 10 overs, they'll be well in this game, really. It's interesting just looking at the strike rates of the Sunrisers innings. No one really came in and hit above maybe 90. So a lot of the Sunrisers strike rates were sort of in between the 70 and the 80, the highest being Kate Kopak on 114, but she was right at the end. And that's bowled. That is bowled. That's a massive wicket. Jodie Grucock has got the big wicket of Emily Windsor, who's played round 1. And we spoke about that pressure that's been created, and that's the result of that. And Grucock's been amazing with the ball. She's been phenomenal, and she's got a massive wicket, Guy.
Well, what a player she's been for the Sunrisers. She was by some way the leading scorer, and now she's taken a 3rd wicket. We'll watch it again. She just gets this loop, doesn't she? She tempts the batter in, and on this occasion she got the ball to pitch leg-ish, hit off-ish, and just bowled beautifully. But again, giving the ball air and luring the batter in. I think she'd have probably been stumped if it hadn't bowled her. It was that good a delivery.
Yep, and again, perfect for the Sunrisers. Exactly what they needed, and that's a massive wicket.
But credit where credit's due. That was a top knock by Emily Windsor. She came in after an early wicket had fallen, and she's made 84, very like the Jodie Gruback innings earlier, when we thought maybe she should be trying to get to the end of the innings, hold herself together. These two have had almost identical innings. Difference is Grucock's now taken 3 wickets and dismissed Emily Windsor.
Yeah, she's been fantastic with the ball. Rihanna Southby comes to the wicket, joins Nancy Harmon. So two new batters. She pushes this one into the offside for no run, back to Jodie Grucock, who now has figures of 3 for 44 of her 9.2 overs. Phenomenal stuff, and just slides this one down the leg side, and we'll have to bowl that one again. Yeah, pretty sad end to Emily Windsor's innings. Maybe a little bit of fatigue and tiredness as well, maybe, potentially, as Southby pushes this into the onside, and Kirk does the fielding.
84 off 107 balls. It was a terrific knock.
It was, and that's back of a length, and Southby goes to cut and manages to get some bat on that.
Yeah, lucky.
Yeah, very lucky.
Could have gone anywhere, but well bowled again.
Very well bowled as Grucock comes in, and Southby chips it straight back to Grucock, who picks up her 4th. So leading edge, Rihanna Southby looking to turn that one into the onside. And Jodie Grucock's day, she's having an absolute day out, isn't she, Guy? She's been phenomenal today.
Well, she's still got another ball for a 5 then. But no, 4 for 45. Brilliant bowling. And just what a captain needed at the time. You'd have probably said the Vipers were favourites, and she's come in and she's bowled her 10 overs pretty much off the spin, and she's got better and better as the spell has gone on. Wickets have been falling, and that is a massive wicket. A massive over.
Yeah. Potentially game-changing over, really. But like Guy said, she's given the ball a chance to turn. She's given the ball a chance to maybe cause some doubt in the batter's mind. But more importantly, she hasn't bowled any loose balls. So she's asked the batters to drive the ball and play the ball down the ground, and which is not that easy on a big ground, and where the ball might be stopping a little bit. And we've seen a couple of caught and bowls, which normally suggest that the ball might be stopping in the wicket.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Well, this is her last ball.
Last ball, Alice Monaghan has come to the crease and playing a miss outside the off stump. So that ends a fantastic spell from Jodie Grucock. 4 for 45 of her turnovers to go with the 76 that she scored earlier this morning. So, if the Sunrisers come out on top, I think we have a contender for player of the match. Definitely.
I think if they lose this, she's still got a good chance.
She has. No, she's been phenomenal, and yeah, she deserves the low 5s and a few hugs that she's getting from her teammates.
Yes, I think we'll be trying to have a chat with her at the end of play. Emily Windsor as well, after her fabulous knock that came to an end in that over. When you think that the next highest score in the Vipers team was 19 and Emily Windsor made 84, see just how good a knock that was, but that over could well have completely turned the game. And Kopak will continue to keep the pressure on as well, and that is well fetched from outside off stump by Harmon, but it'll only be a single. She did well.
Yep, it's a lot of work for these two. They're going to have to bat really well from this point in.
Yep, they are. It's a big ask too. In once again. And a play and a miss outside the off stump. Yes, this is a bit of a mini collapse. It was 160 for 3. It is now 166 for 6.
Similar flow to the Sunrisers innings, though.
Yeah,
wouldn't you
it
say?
is, and this has been the tough. The overs 30 to 40 have been the tough ones, just as we saw earlier as well. Kopak again gets good bounce and a top edge falls safe. Trying to shovel it round the corner. The fielders were too far back, saving the runs quite rightly. There was no one in for the catch at shortish fine leg. And so Monaghan gets off the mark. Well, they're not altogether convincing single, but it is a single nonetheless. 167 for 6, Kopak. Continuing on that nagging length and line. Best at the moment anyone can do is take singles off her bowling.
Definitely.
And, she's going for less than 3 and over currently. And the required run rate has now crept over 7. Full. That was a clever piece of bowling, but well dug out actually by Monaghan. It was Yorker length. It was dug out by the number 8. Monaghan ready once again, bat held high. Oh, swish and a miss outside off stump. Got into position pretty well, but that attempted cut shot, ball was through her before she would even play the shot. So 3 runs from that over. The pressure continues to be ramped up by the Sunrisers at the moment, and the Vipers, well, it's a big ask now. The run rate's up to 7.25. 254, remember the required score to win this one, and they're 168 for 6 with 12 overs remaining.
Yep, lots of work for Alice Monaghan and Nancy Harmon. I think the struggle will be the boundaries. You know, we spoke about how difficult it is going to be to come in and just find boundaries, and at this point in the innings, you're going to have to find a boundary at least. An over really, and then coupled up with some singles as well and some twos. So yeah, they're going to have to work hard to try and see where they can find a boundary, or which bowler they're going to have to try and target. And it looks like it's going to be the young girl Amu Surankuma, who's been very lively in everything that she's done so far today, and she'll come in to bowl to Nancy Harmon. Back of a length to start and pushed into the offside for no run.
Yeah, she bowled pretty tidily in her first spell, didn't she? She impressed.
Yep, she did. Just bowls.
Just 18 off her 4 overs, so she was bowling at under 5 and over.
Yep, she's been good. And she bowls back of a length to Harmon, who pushes us into the offside, and they trot through for a single. So they're going to have to work out just where they're going to find a boundary, and they have to, I guess, be aggressive in the fact that they need to find a boundary maybe early on in the over. Try and put that pressure straight onto the young bowler if they can. She comes in from the river end and bowls in short of a length, and this is pushed, sort of jabbed into the onside, and they'll trot through for a single. Villiers out on the deep square leg boundary and does the fielding there. 170 for 6. The Vipers still require another 87 to gain victory in this fixture.
Sure.
That's hit hard, and that's got everything that it deserved. It was short, and it's set up nicely, and Nancy Harmon has got everything of that, and that's got a decent boundary that the
absolutely nailed that shot. From the moment she saw the length, she just swatted it beautifully. It would race to the boundary. One of the quickest, hardest hit balls we've seen today.
Yep, definitely. And pressure on, it's just short again and pushed into the offside. So maybe someone needs to just have a quiet word with the young bowler and just tell her maybe to try and push that ball up a little bit further up.
Looking at her face, I think she knows that. She looked so cross after the second short ball. She knew she got away with it because it only went for the single.
It's a slight change of field, so third man has come up and they've put some reinforcements into the onside, and she bowls, and Harman pushes us into the offside and picks up a single.
And that's fine. That's just short of a length.
Yeah.
And you're pushing you're making the batter do the work. Not a bad over though. At this stage, she hasn't been smashed all over the ground.
No.
And they have. It's funny. I keep looking across at the scorecard from when the Sunrisers batted. And almost from over 10, there have been 20 behind all the time. They cannot get less than 20 runs behind, and that has been the way it has been so far. And we have McGregor is to come back. I wonder if she's going to bowl her overs off the reel. She's still got 5, and she bowled very nicely earlier on. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. It's terrific work from her. And also saw a couple of drop catches off her bowling as well.
Yep.
Neither of which proved terribly expensive as far as the overall score was concerned, but as a young bowler making a debut, they hurt.
Oh, definitely. They hurt at any point.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a lovely delivery that beats the outside edge. Well bowled. No, there are still a couple of people who I mention dropped catches off my bowling to whenever I meet them.
Did you ever drop any yourself?
Oh God, yes, but I didn't. I wasn't a wicket keeper. So,
oh right, okay.
Oh yes. But when you've done the work as a bowler and you've got that edge, nothing worse. Well bowled, but well played. It was just slightly over pitch probably, and it was a good flamingo shot by Harman up on transferring the weight. One leg, flicked it into the leg side very nicely. Good balance, but only for a single because there is someone out there. There's May McGregor, who plays a club cricket in Colchester, just up the road from here. It's in again, and that's a little bit wide, but missed out an opportunity on that occasion, Monaghan. Probably because it was a little bit quicker than she was expecting. We were talking to Jo Gardner, injured currently, one of the stars of the Sunrisers, and she was saying that Esme is surprisingly quick, and that's played on the up, but it's beautifully played. And this might go all the way for 4. Yes, it does. It beats a concerned effort from Flo Miller, who looked as if she was going to track it down at one stage. Lovely shot, beautifully placed.
Yeah, very good from Alice Monaghan. We know she can bat, and she's got a good chunk of that.
Yeah.
Slightly fuller from Esme McGregor, and she's lent into it nicely.
A little too much width as well. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the boundary that they were looking for, I guess, in this over.
That's the tough thing for a young bowler. You bowled really nicely in your first spell, and then you have to come back and start it all again. And that's played up to extra cover. There is no run. So just the one ball left of this over. 5 from it so far. She walks back. After this will be in the final 10 overs. That's pushed nicely out into the covers for a single, but that will be the end of the over. 6 is all right as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. 181 after 40 overs. At the same point, Sunrisers were 198. There are still 4 wickets left.
Yep.
Target is 255, so they need another 74 from the last 10 overs. So not over yet, this match.
Definitely not.
It is at the Ashes, because Tongue played nicely for 19, but has just been bowled by Mitchell Stark, leaving Jimmy Anderson not out 3, and England all out for 327 in their innings. Australia win by 43 and take a 2-0 lead in the series. But as you'll be reading on your back pages tomorrow, there was quite a major run-out incident involving Johnny Bairstow that's caused bodyline-like feelings.
Amu continues and she bowls, and Alice Monaghan guides us to a short third man, and they trot through for a single.
It was good all round, actually, wasn't it? It was a nice little
Yeah.
shot, excellent running, good stop. Nothing she could do to stop the single. Nicely played.
Really good fielding. Really good fielding. So 182 for 6. Nancy Harmon on strike with Alice Monaghan on the non-striker's end, and push this one into the offside, and they'll trot through for a single. They look for 2. They come back for 2, and they're going to get 2 quite easy. Really good running
Well played.
from this pair.
No, they've done really well, haven't they? Because they came in at 165 and 3 wickets had fallen for 5, and it would have been easy to collapse, and these two have just held things together.
Yeah. They have to just run hard and try and pick up the boundary where they can. Zamu bowls and runs away from us and outside the off stump and through to keeper Marakar, and it's a dot ball, so a valuable dot.
Harmon was furious with herself there. She punched the air in frustration after the ball had gone past the bat.
Zamu passed umpire Amy Clark and pushes this one into the offside, so Nancy Harmon gets bat on ball and picks up a single. Singles are good for the Sunrisers though, so they'll be happy with those.
Absolutely. Runner ball isn't quite good enough.
Yep. They're going to have to find a boundary somewhere from this over, or find a bowler that they're going to have to try and target.
Well,
This again into the offside, so field well set, and the bowler's executing her plans to the field, which is good.
yeah, you'd guess the 16-year-old debutante would be the person you'd try and attack, but at the moment Surin Kumar is living up to a billing as a very talented 16-year-old cricketer.
No, she's been good, and they take a single on here, and they quick single, but they managed to run through, and that's Kelly Castle, I think it was.
Yeah,
At
it's
mid-off.
interesting. It just thought, no, I don't need to. We don't need
No.
overthrows.
No.
Just fine if they can get the single, take the single. Just 6 off that over. 187 for 6. And that run rate just keeps creeping up. It's over 7.5 now, and over required. Duckworth-Lewis score. I don't think we're going to have any rain, but that would be 200 at the moment, so a little bit behind the 8 ball, the Vipers currently. It will be the other youngster, Esme McGregor. He sees the ball punched into the covers, and they're going for 2. They are going for 2, and they get 2. Brilliant running. Brilliant running. Because Flo Miller, who is the standout fielder and has the best arm in the Sunrisers team, didn't do anything wrong, but they just set off for 2 immediately.
Yep,
And
that's
in the
good
air
running.
really comfortably. And that, though, will be a dot ball. It's up on her toes. From that short of a length delivery, the ball is driven up to Daneva Neerkirk.
Yeah, McGregor seems to be bowling the ball full of length, so I'm not sure if they might have to have a tweak of field because they've got a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. I'm not sure if either of those are going to.
That's played out into the covers. They take a single. Again, fielder thought about hurling it in and trying to hit the stumps, and then just decided, no, don't go mad. It's good work so far then from McGregor. Well, the two batters are playing well, and that squirts. I don't know quite how that shot occurred, and Flo Miller can't stop it. But it was slapped through the covers. It certainly isn't in many instruction manuals, but it's a brilliant, brilliant fetch. We'll just watch that again. I'm still not quite sure how she hit it. Yeah, she did. It was really good, and she placed it superbly as well.
Yeah.
Excellent effort.
It just sort of further heightens my point in that she looks like she's being driven a little bit more as opposed to being hit behind square. So whether or not they can find some reinforcements for her in that offside and try and tighten that field up, give her a little bit more protection.
McGregor in again, and it's an edge, and this will be 4 more, I think. But suddenly the runs are beginning to flow. That wasn't entirely the bowler's fault at all.
No.
That was just a bit of... But you deserve some luck when you're flinging the bat. Oh, in fact, it was nice, better played than I thought. Leant back and just played the late cut. Lovely shot. So suddenly the run's beginning to flow a bit. Monaghan is now 17 from just 14. Harman 17 from 18. They are finally cranking it up. There is a bit of a discussion as poor McGregor's figures are being slightly rearranged at the moment. She's seen 11 runs come from this over already. Issy McLeod is just coming in at sort of short third man. Fine short third man. That's the final ball of the over. And it's well bowled. Yorker length, in at the toes. Nothing even Monaghan could do about that. But she'd done the damage. She picked up 11. And that has swung pendulums back again. 198 for 6. Harman and Monaghan both on 17 not out. And they put on 33 together in pretty brisk fashion. And the run rate is now back down to just over 7 and over. So that really was a big over as far as the Vipers were concerned.
Yeah, and it's come again when the pace has been on the ball. We saw when the spinners were operating that it wasn't as easy. I'm not sure if there are any other spinning options for the Sunrisers. I don't know.
Well, there's the skipper herself, Van Niekerk, bowls some decent leg spin.
She definitely might have to consider just getting herself on for 1 over just to try and maybe stem the flow by changing the pace slightly.
Yeah, and interestingly, Kelly Castle hasn't come back into the attack, preferring the younger bowlers.
Yep, it's Amu who starts again, the 43rd over, and a dot ball to start. So Nancy Harman and Alice Monaghan, 17 apiece, trying to make a fist of this run chase. It seemed dead and buried when Emily Windsor lost her wicket. And a big swipe there from Harman, looking to go over the top, and she's missed that one. And through to keeper Mara Carr, so conscious that she has to find a boundary somewhere with mid on and mid off up. That is probably where her option is, and I wouldn't be surprised if she does try and go for it again if the ball is up there. 199 for 6. That's a great shot from Monaghan, who's guided this into the gap, and that's going to be 4. Looks like it's going to roll down the hill, and it does.
She has played that shot so well. That's twice now she's played that. And there's even they've even got fielders trying to stop it, and she's managed to guide it through the
She has. And they might have
very
to,
small gaps. Is that the 200 up?
must be the 200 up. Yep, 203 for 6. So the Vipers going nicely now. A little bit of a partnership going on, and Sunrisers need to get back on this and pick up a wicket somewhere. And she pulls and pulls into the onside, and they're going to run hard, and they're going to pick up 2 easily. Good running. So boundary followed by 2.
Yeah, pressure is swinging back onto the Sunrisers now after they've managed to keep such good pressure on the Vipers. And when the Vipers lost Emily Windsor, certainly the whizometer would have swung quite a long way towards the Sunrisers.
It's good again from Alice Monaghan, who runs hard for a single, and Maddie Villiers, it looks like, out on that cover point boundary, who does some good work. So that's the end of that over. So another one gone, and it's 205 for 6. Southern Vipers. 206 for 6, I beg your pardon.
Yes, we've just lost our video connection of the live stream in the commentary box, but we will keep chuntering away as we assume you can still see the pictures from what is heading into a fascinating finish as far as this game is concerned. Monaghan 24 not out from 18. She's batted superbly since she came in. Harmon really not far behind her, 17 off 21, but she's almost playing the anchor role at the moment. And Dani van Niekerk has been forced to go back to her most tidy bowler. Kate Kopak is back into the attack, probably earlier than Dani van Niekerk wanted, but they have to try and stem the bleeding. And Kate Kopak rushing in. She's bowled an excellent length and line, and she starts with exactly that again, just short of a length, a little bit wide outside off stump, but Monaghan can't reach it, and it is a dot ball. Monaghan has reached most things within her remit since she came out to bat. Batted inventively, found gaps in the field that nobody else seemed to have seen up until then. Kopak short, it's helped round the corner, but it will only be a single to Maddie Villiers, one of the star fielders in the Sunrisers team. And so Harmon now on strike.
Yep, good from the Sunrisers and good from the Vipers as well. So
Yep.
It's pretty set up, it's poised for a good finish.
It's been a really entertaining match as it's swung one way or the other, and that has played straight to mid-wicket, where it bounces off an unfortunate knee of the fielder and means that they can go through for a single, but only a single. However, Monaghan is now back on strike again, and she is the danger woman as far as, well, both teams are concerned. One for good, one for bad. Kopak is in, it's short, it's cuffed away. My word, that's a shot. So one bounce, 4. There was a little bit of width, but no one else has played that shot today. It's a brilliant shot. That very nearly carried for 6.
Yeah, that looks like it's her strong area.
Yeah, you don't want to give her width.
No. Just not sure if their Sunrisers might have missed a trick and maybe just tried to slow the pace of this. Slow the pace of the bowling down, just to maybe just mix it up.
Kopak in again, and that's wide, not as wide outside off stump, which means it has to be punched out into the covers, and there is just a single, but they have got the boundary that they feel that they need for the over. 8 runs have already come from Kate Kopak, 7 runs have come so far. In once again, it's short, it's up in the air, this should be out. It is out. And Nancy Harmon, in the pursuit of quick runs, has perished. Didn't really get hold of the ball. There were 3 people who could have gone for the possible catch. And in the end, someone took command and ensured that a well-deserved wicket for Kopak with the last ball of her 8th over. So she's done what her captain needed to when she came back in.
Yeah, no, it's a big wicket, and just what the Sunrisers needed. Just because the Vipers were starting to that partnership was starting to worry them